Chapter 478. Although the churning mist and the surface of the water covered with petals blocked the two demons' view of the full appearance, such a half-covered scene vividly set off the mystery and profoundness of the beauty. That jade-like fair skin made the flames in Qin Feng's heart turn into raging flames that soared into the sky with a bang, completely burning the fragile defense line in his heart. What a peerless beauty! The 5 accumulations and 6 desires of the demons soared, and the demonic aura in the two demons' bodies surged, almost forming a demon heart. They directly jumped from the 9 heart demon to the invisible heavenly demon. Fortunately, the change in the demonic aura was integrated into Qin Feng's emotions. Madame of Bones also felt that the 2 bone demons had more thoughts and did not suspect anything. The 2 bone demons did not notice the change in the demons in their hearts. After being called by Madame of Bones, they cried out and twisted their white bone bodies to the front of Madame of Bones. The mist surged. Her snow-white skin was flushed red. When the ice melted, water droplets slowly flowed on her body, making the beautiful woman's body appear as smooth as cream. The beauty in the water was indescribably languid. "What are you two waiting for? Massage me as usual. Could it be that after your strength improved, the 2 of you have become stupid? Madam, this is the first time the 2 of us feel that Madam's body is so perfect." As they spoke softly, the 2 bone demons bent their knees and came to the back of Madame of Bones, one on the left and one on the right. Their 2 white bone claws gently rubbed the beautiful skin of the beautiful woman. The touch was smooth, and the beautiful taste entered the heart of the 2 bone demons through their thoughts. Qin Feng's heart trembled slightly. Qin Feng had met many women, but only Madame of Bones had such vitality. It was as if with just a touch, he could reach the top of the clouds. With her beautiful eyes closed, Madame of Bones smiled gracefully and elegantly. "Your strength has improved greatly, and your little mouths have also improved a lot. You're flattering me. It's all because of Madame's good teaching. Otherwise, how could I be where I am today? Yes, to be able to serve Madame. It is the blessing of several lifetimes of cultivation for us." The 2 skeletal monsters clumsily tried to flatter her. Their fingers trembled as they excitedly hammered the beautiful woman's smooth shoulders. This boundless vitality and all sorts of flavors continuously entered Qin Feng's heart, making Qin Feng wish he could transform into a wolf and do it himself. Apart from that, Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement in his heart. To use such a method to take advantage of a quasi-supreme martial artist, and such a stunning beauty at that. This was a feeling that he had never experienced before. Seeing this, Qin Feng rolled his eyes and poured some of his understanding of martial arts into the minds of the 2 skeletal demons. Unknowingly, the 2 skeletal demons changed their massage technique. The rubbing of his palms was filled with a rhythm of life. The cold claws seemed to have a temperature, like a lover's palm slowly moving along the skin of a beautiful woman. Gradually, they moved out of the shoulder area. The beautiful woman with her eyes closed immediately felt this change and giggled. "Well, it's getting better and better. It seems that you've absorbed the essence of the inner disciple called Qin Feng. You've already comprehended some mysteries of the physical body. You actually know how to massage some hidden acupoints to stimulate the resonance of the flesh." Qin Feng observed softly through the 2 skeletons. The beautiful woman didn't reject this change. Instead, she seemed to be enjoying it. The 2 skeletal demons looked at each other. Suddenly, a cunning look appeared in their eyes. One of the skeletal demons said, "Madam, in fact, I learned these tricks from the martial artist who was locked up. Madam, that martial artist begged us to absorb less of his life essence, so he imparted the mysteries of the martial artist's acupoints to us. We thought about it and agreed." The beautiful woman did not doubt him. Instead, she nodded her head and said, "Well, you 2 little guys have made a very good deal. Our skeletal demon clan can be reincarnated. In fact, we can be regarded as the real human clan. But after all, We are not as good as those martial artists who temper their bodies day and night. If we want to make up for our shortcomings, we still need to work hard in this aspect to achieve the unity of bones and flesh and comprehend the ultimate mystery of life. Bai said, Madam, in fact, we also learned some massage techniques that are not passed to others. I'm sure you'll like it, but we're afraid of offending you. The beautiful woman laughed. Whatever techniques you have, just use them. If you can make me happy, I'll give you another reward. Yes, madam, then we'll offend you. The voices of the two skeletal demons revealed a hint of joy. The two demons looked at each other and were about to step forward. Suddenly, at this moment, a tyrannical consciousness temporarily controlled the minds of the two skeletal demons. The next moment, the big pervert Sheen officially appeared. The two skeletal demons looked at each other, and a trace of heat flashed in their eyes. At the same time, two kinds of power, one ice and one fire, appeared in the palms of the two skeletal demons. First was Baiyu, whose hands were covered in frost. His two hands moved along the beautiful woman's perfect back, groping below. A trace of cold slipped down the left side of her body. As soon as the cold hands moved, the cold immediately penetrated her body. The beautiful woman actually felt a trace of unbearable heat in her body. Her body was warm, and the acupoints all over her body seemed to have turned into hot springs. Her blood and chi flowed faster. Some acupoints that were not very flexible in the past were hot, and the blood and chi flowed faster. While not bad, the beautiful woman squinted her beautiful eyes and deliberately moved her body to provide space for the maids behind her. However, this movement caused her beautiful body to lean forward, revealing a trace of her snow-white fullness, which almost caused the big pervert behind her to spit fire from his eyes. Sucking in a breath of cold air, the big pervert Sheen was afraid that the beautiful woman would find out. He quickly stopped his mind from wandering. He steadily controlled the trace of cold to move around the beautiful woman's body again. When the cool air entered her heart, it actually turned into a trace of itch, causing the beautiful woman's legs to tighten. At this moment, the big pervert, in addition to communicating with some of the acupoints in the beautiful woman's body, began to probe a little bit. Traces of cold air went toward the beautiful woman's sensitive acupoints to stimulate. However, in order to prevent the beautiful woman from discovering a certain person's bad intentions, he probed step by step, first near her arms and legs. Heat and cold constantly alternated, and movement and stillness alternated. The beautiful woman's beautiful eyes were tainted with a trace of blurriness. Although the beautiful woman's mental state was tyrannical, this kind of feeling was something she had never felt in thousands of years. For a moment, she couldn't help but be intoxicated. In addition, the big pervert Sheen was very sensitive to changes in the heart, so he could adapt according to the situation. Unexpectedly, the beautiful woman didn't have the slightest suspicion. After a while of probing, seeing that the beautiful woman in front of him didn't have the mood to resist, the cunning big pervert Sheen's courage began to rise. He began to enjoy the beautiful woman's beautiful skin. The rubbing of his palms was no longer satisfied with just the back of her shoulders. From time to time, the edge of his palms seemed to be moving toward the beautiful woman's full body. Chapter 479. As if she felt the hand on her chest, the beautiful madam instinctively resisted in the depths of her flawless heart. Her long eyelashes trembled. The pervert Sheen was very sensitive to the changes in the heart. He immediately stopped his hand and only massaged the side. Too impatient, he thought in his heart. The pervert Sheen was very clear that if he let the beautiful woman in front of him feel that something was wrong, they would probably die together. Splash! At this moment, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Another skeleton demon actually walked into the pool. The beautiful madam heard the movement. Her beautiful eyes glanced around, and she immediately felt relieved. Balan stretched out a hand. A fiery power lingered on his hand, and he grabbed a slender and flexible jade foot. Her foot was as white as jade, small and exquisite, white and tender. Her ankle was slender, but not full. Her foot was slender, and the arch of her foot was slightly high. The curve was beautiful, and it was soft as if there were no bones. Her toes were well-proportioned and neat, like 10 thin green onions. Her toenails were painted with pink, glittering flowers, and they were like pearls embedded in the white and tender toes. Steadily controlling one of the beautiful woman's slender jade-like legs, White Orchid pressed a finger on it, and a wisp of heat flowed along the jade-like leg's meridians. When that wisp of heat entered her heart, the two powers of ice and fire intertwined and turned into a wonderful power. The beautiful woman could not help but bite her lower lip with her jade-like white teeth. Unable to suppress the surging vibrations in her heart, she let out a delicate cry. The beautiful madam's heart trembled violently in the simplest collision of yin and yang. This was no longer a simple collision of ice and fire. It was a Tao rhythm at the beginning of life. This was also the most treacherous part of the pervert Qin. At the beautiful madam's level, the lowest level of yin and yang power couldn't shake the other party's state of mind. Only this kind of design of the mystery of yin and yang operation could truly impact the other party's heart. These two powers of ice and fire were created when Qin Feng comprehended the black tortoise yin and yang, and he comprehended the yin and yang rotation. The dignified and noble, beautiful madam couldn't help but change her expression. She felt that the qi and blood that she couldn't circulate with confidence in the past actually began to circulate. The two distinct life and death qi in the qi and blood actually showed signs of merging into one in this change. At this moment, the beautiful madam's heart had undergone a tremendous change. If the life and death qi were to completely merge, she would be able to overcome the third chaos tribulation. However, what she didn't know at this moment was that while she was distracted, a thief's hand silently slid towards her snow-white chest. Kacha-kacha. Just as Big Pervert Qin was about to succeed, the sound of Bone Demon's hurried footsteps came from outside the palace. The beautiful madam was instantly awakened. Big Pervert Qin sighed in his heart and quickly withdrew his finger. He retreated to the side and looked at her calmly. Outside the palace, a white-clothed, plump, and beautiful woman hurriedly walked in with several fragrant maidservants. Yuqi, what happened? The beautiful madam frowned slightly. With this, the signs of the fusion of life and death qi in her body were instantly extinguished. How could she not be angry after losing such a great opportunity? Yuqi stepped forward and said, Madam, King Xianyang is here. He's right outside the cave. It's him? The beautiful madam's face instantly turned cold. She waved her hand. Bai Yu and Bai Lan understood and reluctantly got up from the water. Whoosh whoosh. With a flash of water, the beautiful madam's body was covered in a black veil. That faintly discernible beautiful scenery was enough to make any man's eyes stare straight. Yuqi, change your clothes. Also, tell Ling Ji to be prepared. Xianyang has long coveted my extreme yin essence. This time, I'm afraid he won't let it go. Tell the disciples to be careful. As she spoke, many commander-level bone demons hurriedly moved. Bai Yu and Bai Lan were brought to a cave by a commander-level bone demon. In this cave, there were hundreds and thousands of warrior-level bone skeletons waiting. The entire cave of bones and beauty was filled with the aura of a great battle. There were also several bone overlords with nervous expressions around. Including Bai Yu and Bai Lan, there seemed to be 7 or 8 of them. Each of them was filled with murderous aura. In front of them was another commander-level bone demon, called Bai Yu. Many auras blended with each other and resonated with the auras of the cave abodes in the cave of bones and beauty. This was obviously an extremely brilliant battle formation. Who is this Xianyang? How dare he ruin my plans? In the depths of Bai Yu and Bai Lan's souls, Qin Feng secretly felt pity. They were so close just now. Secretly gritting his teeth, Qin Feng used the power of the heavenly demon to flip through the memories of Bai Yu and Bai Lan. Soon, his expression became serious. Fortunately, Bai Yu and Bai Lan had special identities. They were Madame of Bone's personal subordinates and knew some extremely secret secrets. This Xianyang was another terrifying overlord in the depths of the bone battlefield. His strength was even more tyrannical than the Cave of Bones and Beauty. This was not the first time Xianyang had come to pester Madame of Bones. The reason was simple. It turned out that King Xianyang had taken a fancy to Madame of Bones' primordial Een and wanted to use it to break through to the next major realm. However, King Xianyang originally did not have the confidence to deal with Madame of Bones, so he had been coaxing and pestering her time and time again to ask for her hand in marriage. However, recently, King Xianyang seemed to have obtained some kind of trump card and became much more unyielding. He began to snatch by force and force his way in several times. In the few small-scale battles in the Cave of Bones and Beauty, Madame of Bones was at a disadvantage. The cave was filled with an uneasy aura. I wonder if Madame can stop King Xianyang this time. She should be able to. Our Madame has already passed 2 heavenly tribulations, coupled with the Heartbreak Bow and Heartbreak Arrow. Even some 3rd tribulation mighty might not be able to do anything to her. In the cave, many bone overlords were discussing spiritedly. However, their expressions were cold, and they were all like killing machines. He released his control over Bai Yu and Bai Lan's minds. Deep in his soul, Qin Feng was secretly shocked. Every time a martial Dao expert passed a chaos heavenly tribulation, the strength of a martial Dao expert would increase greatly. This kind of leap was even more exaggerated and despair-inducing than martial overlords and Sea of Rebirth realm. Madame of Bones was able to defeat a 3rd tribulation mighty as a 2nd tribulation mighty. Her strength was truly shocking. However, Qin Feng was certain that since King Xianyang dared to come looking for trouble, he definitely had something up his sleeve. However, no matter who wins or loses, it might be an opportunity for me. Taking advantage of the chaos of the battle, I can quickly leave the bone battlefield. Looking at the tense atmosphere in the cave, Qin Feng thought. Chapter 480. A storm was approaching. At this moment, in Qin Feng's spirit sea, a bunch of grayish-white soul flames were being absorbed by his soul true body. After breaking through the white bone chain, the bone-softening cave had become Qin Feng's place to cultivate. Previously, the flame of hope had devoured so many white bone demons. Now, every drop had become Qin Feng's foundation. His soul true body had already broken through 8 inches and reached the limit of 9 inches. In terms of the strength of his soul true body, Qin Feng wasn't inferior to some of the veteran martial Dao overlords. He was just short of passing the tribulation and transforming his soul into the martial Dao true soul. The difference between the soul and the true soul was like tofu and diamond. This was the biggest difference between the two. The martial Dao true soul already had some characteristics of longevity. Seems like it's time to break through to the Sea of Reincarnation realm. Only by breaking through to the Sea of Reincarnation realm can I comprehend more of the Chaos Tree's mysteries and the Void's mysteries. Sighing, Qin Feng prepared to completely open the white bone chain. However, Qin Feng knew that now wasn't the time to break through. Qin Feng was waiting for the Madame of Bones and King Xianyang to fall out. In the core palace of the White Bone Beauty Cave, inside the majestic palace, there were carved beams and painted pillars. It was dazzling and filled with clouds. A voice filled with explosive power sounded. "How is it, Madame of Bones? It's a win-win situation if you follow me." The person who spoke had a tall and sturdy figure. He wore a scarlet iron armor and had a strong physique. His eyes were especially fiery and had an irresistible aggressiveness. As we all know, a martial magnate will have to go through 9 chaos tribulations to break through to the martial Dao Almighty Realm. A first tribulation Almighty Realm cultivator's true soul will turn into a true soul. A great tribulation Almighty Realm cultivator's true soul will turn into an Een true soul, and a third tribulation Almighty Realm cultivator's true soul will turn into a pure Yang true soul. The red-clothed prince, Xianyang, stared at the beautiful madam with a burning gaze. "Madam of Bones, you have an extreme body. Even though you have the aptitude of extreme yin and have already passed 2 chaos tribulations, you have also suffered the pain of extreme yin. You have never been able to see through the essence of yin and yang. You also know that I have the profound yang divine body, which contains a bit of true yang. I am blessed by the heavens in the pure yang martial Tao. It is only a matter of time before I comprehend the pure yang. As long as you and I cultivate together, we may be able to comprehend the essence of yin and yang. The beautiful madam sneered and stared coldly at Prince Xianyang. Xianyang, you don't have to waste your time. True yang is not pure yang. Although you have the profound yang divine body and have 6 profound yang divine bones, at most you only have 1 yang body. Pure yang has 9 yang, and 9 yang together is the supreme pure yang divine body. You don't have to show off your tricks. You want me to dual cultivate with you? Dream on. Rumble. A dazzling red light shot out from Prince Xuanyang's body, and the temperature of the entire cave of red beauty and white bones suddenly increased by several times. Prince Xianyang turned around and stared at the beautiful madam with a trace of indifference in his eyes. Bai Qin, it seems like a battle between us is inevitable. Bai Qin, what was the name of the Madam of Bones? Only a few people knew the name of the Madam of Bones, and Prince Xianyang was one of them. On the main seat, Bai Qin's beautiful eyes were like the cold moon in the 9 heavens. Prince Xianyang, I heard that you have already cultivated the revered furnace scripture to the 9th level. This time, let me see what kind of trump card you have that makes you so arrogant. I hope you don't regret it. Prince Xuanyang's clone dissipated silently. The Madam of Bones sneered. How could she not know what Prince Xianyang was up to? He wanted to plunder her primordial yin and devour her hell of bones, so that he could refine yin and yang and comprehend the ultimate meaning of yin and yang. Rumble. The entire cave of red beauty and white bones was shaking, and a terrifying heat wave poured into the cave of red beauty and white bones. At this moment, the Madam of Bones' expression changed, and she raised her head. In the main hall, the group of White Bones commanders changed their expressions at the same time. He took action so quickly. Next to the main seat, a beautiful woman in white had a stern look in her eyes. Madam, it seems like Prince Xianyang was already prepared. The Madam of Bones had a faint, ominous feeling. This time, Prince Xuanyang's attack was too rushed. Something was very wrong. Outside the hall, a young girl in white hurriedly walked in. In the main hall, dozens of White Bones commanders looked at the young girl in white at the same time. She was the other commander under the Madam of Bones' command, Ling Ji. She was also a First Tribulation Almighty. However, at this moment, Ling Ji's face was pale with a trace of anxiety. Madam, the Yin Mountain 9 passes have all fallen. So fast. In the main hall, everyone's expression changed drastically, including Yuji's. The Yin Mountain 9 passes were the 9 passes that guarded the cave of White Bones and Beauties. Usually, even if the cave of White Bones and Beauties was always at a disadvantage, Prince Xianyang would need at least 10 days to half a month to break through these 9 passes. Rumble. At this moment, the entire cave of Red Bones shook violently. Many rocks in the cave above their heads rustled and fell on the verge of collapse. Sitting on the main seat, the Madam of Bones seemed to see through the entire cave abode. She saw countless skeletons outside the cave of Red Bones under Prince Xuanyang's control, turning into a huge Xianyang divine axe and fiercely bombarding the cave of Red Bones. The Xianyang divine axe emitted a terrifyingly high temperature, and there was a huge fiery red country vaguely within it. The fluctuations emitted by the axe had already surpassed the realm of a Third Tribulation Almighty. Vaguely, pure yang was born in the void. Under this brilliance, the array formation operated by many White Bones demons in the cave of Red Bones was full of flaws. Almost every attack killed thousands of experts in the cave of Red Bones and White Bones, turning them into dust. No wonder Xianyang is so arrogant. He actually cultivated the Xianyang armor breaking great divine ability. This Xianyang divine axe's armor-breaking power is said to be able to split heaven and earth. It is extremely effective against many battle arrays, but it can't do anything to me. Accompanied by a sneer, the crumbling cave abode suddenly condensed. In the void, an invisible light formed from the countless white bones outside, linking together and suppressing it. Let the children join forces and form the great white bones, primordial fiend god array. Disciples, follow me to operate the hell of white bones to suppress the array formation. The Madam of Bones stood up, and a murderous aura surged and swept through the entire cave abode, causing the void to faintly tremble. Vaguely, a huge world appeared behind her. It was a huge world tens of thousands of feet wide. There were mountains, seas, clouds, and trees. The mountains were mountains of white bones, and the sea was an endless sea of vengeful souls. There was a faint moon overhead, and the ground was deep and dark. This was no longer a real world. It was just like the netherworld. In the main hall, 7 or 8 white bones commanders looked at each other. With a long roar, they turned into 7 or 8 white lights and entered the hell of white bones. The hell of white bones doubled in size, and the illusory image of the world became even larger. The aura emitted by the Madam of Bones increased by 3 or 4 times. Her aura was like layers of mist breaking through the sky. In the bones softening cave, Qin Feng felt the violent vibration above his head. He opened his eyes, and a sharp light flickered. An invisible force was released, and with a clank, the white bone chains around him shattered, and countless fragments flew out. Chapter 481. We broke free from the shackles. Madam of Bones, who was in possession of the white bone chains, sensed it. She frowned. At this moment, Prince Xianyang, who was outside the cave, took out a dilapidated bronze furnace. Seeing the bronze furnace and sensing it, Madam of Bones' expression changed. A huge pressure appeared in her spiritual sense, and she no longer cared about pursuing Qin Feng. After breaking free from the shackles, Qin Feng's figure flashed and flew out of the bone's softening cave like a ghost. Qin Feng was about to escape from the Bone Beauty Cave, but he suddenly stood still and sensed. In his spiritual sense, 2 huge forces were fighting fiercely. He couldn't help but think. At this moment, Prince Xianyang and Madam of Bones are fighting outside. If I escape now, I will become their target. Why don't I just hide in Madam of Bones' lair and wait for an opportunity to leave this devil's den? Qin Feng's figure flickered and scanned the surroundings. After a while, Qin Feng appeared in front of a loft. He scanned with his spiritual sense. Seeing that no one was inside, he immediately hid inside. The loft's decorations were rather monotonous. Qin Feng saw a few decorations in the room. Other than a skull, there was a bed. The decorations were rather unique. Qin Feng casually found a place and sat down. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Qin Feng prepared to break through to the Sea of Rebirth realm. At this moment, the secret technique of the 5 sacred mountains was circulating in his body. The 5 sacred mountains of the 5 attributes were absorbing the essence of the spirit veins. Qin Feng still felt a little regretful. Among the 5 sacred mountains, only the fire attribute, Sacred Mountain, and the earth attribute, Sacred Mountain, had true divine items to suppress them. Although the other water attribute, metal attribute, and wood attribute, Sacred Mountains were formed, they didn't have any items to suppress them. However, this didn't affect him from advancing to the Sea of Rebirth realm. He had the experience of advancing to the Sea of Rebirth realm once. Advancing to the Sea of Rebirth realm again was a matter of course. The galaxy true force in his body flowed. Strands of void force were refined, and integrated into the true force in his body. Gathering void true force was an extremely difficult process for ordinary experts of the wondrous void realm. Ordinary martial artists in the miraculous void realm could only use their minds to interfere with the void for the first time, much less capture the power of the void. It was like an adult running into the sea to catch fish with his bare hands. This was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But for the current Qin Feng, this process was relatively simple. At the moment, He had the void true power in his body, which was like riding a big ship with all kinds of fishing tools. Capturing the power of the void was like searching for something in his pocket. 1 strand, 2 strands, 3 strands, 99 strands. A total of 99 strands of void energy fused into the true power. After the 99 strands of void true power merged into his body, the originally abnormally dense void true power glowed with a grayish color. This was the color of the void. The originally surging void true power was actually condensed once again, but it was only 1/3 of the original. Whoosh! Listening to the sound of the celestial river true force surging in his ears, Qin Feng felt that the celestial river true force at this moment was like a long river in the void. When this void true power revolved in his body, Qin Feng suddenly felt that his body had merged into the void, comprehending many of the profound meaning of the void that he had never comprehended before. At this moment, the quality of the void true power in Qin Feng's body was simply shocking. When an ordinary meridian's condensation realm expert broke through to the sea of reincarnation realm, to be able to condense 99 strands of the power of the void was already considered a peak. To be able to condense 99 strands of the power of the void was extremely rare. Qin Feng used the art of primeval chaos stars to condense 99 strands of the power of the void twice. If this were spread out, it would be simply unbelievable. Qin Feng only felt that his ability to control the surrounding void was not inferior to the realm of the martial Wei giants in his previous life. It was even superior. This ability to control the void was simply beyond Qin Feng's imagination. It was even more exaggerated than those legendary peerless geniuses who had comprehended the profound meaning of the void. In fact, with a single thought, Qin Feng felt that he was simply a monster. Qin Feng suppressed this strange feeling. Qin Feng revolved the void true power that had been condensed to the limit and started to fuse with the spiritual meridians in his body. This was the last step to breaking through to the sea of reincarnation realm. At this moment, the original 60 spiritual meridians in Qin Feng's body were only left with 5. The 5 thick spiritual meridians were like 5 dragon meridians, swaying their heads and wagging their tails. Every moment, they would swallow and spit out a huge amount of yuan qi, metal spirit, wood spirit, water spirit, fire spirit, earth spirit. Every time the 5 spiritual meridians fused with one, the aura on Qin Feng's body would become stronger by 30%. When the 5 spiritual meridians fused with the void true power, Qin Feng's aura instantly reached a peak. Kacha-kacha! A formless light burst out from Qin Feng's body, shattering the void around him. An aura suppressed the void. Sea of Reincarnation Realm. Breakthrough. Qin Feng closed his eyes. His body floated in the air. His body was surrounded by rings of corporeal true energy, binding him tightly. It was like a desolate snake coiling around his body, stepping on a dragon and soaring through the air. The surging void true power vibrated, forming a huge domain around his body. This was the void domain that only Sea of Reincarnation Realm experts had. However, the aura on his body didn't stop climbing. The accumulation in his body was too dense. The surging void true power rushed out from his pores like a flood. The Sea of Reincarnation was expanding at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. Countless void true power enveloped the Sea of Reincarnation. Strands of void true power intertwined with Qin Feng's fingers. Strands of void true power were condensed and formed a whirlpool in the middle of the Sea of Reincarnation. In the whirlpool, a small space crystal was born, just as Qin Feng was breaking through to the Sea of Reincarnation Realm. The cave of red beauty white bones was shaking violently and was on the verge of collapse. Rumble. In the sky, a huge furnace like the sun smashed down like a meteor. On the ground, 12 terrifyingly tall, white skeletons roared. One of them was instantly blasted into pieces by the sun-like furnace. When one of the white skeletons was destroyed, several white skeleton overlords in the cave of white bones and beauty turned into ashes with a loud crack. At the same time, in a secret realm with white bones as its foundation, a mountain of white bones collapsed silently. With a flash of light, Yuchi appeared on the highest mountain in the center of the hell of white bones. Madam, Bai Ling has fallen. This is already the third commander-level expert that has fallen. Prince Xianyang has a true treasure. If we continue to resist, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for long. Madam of White Bone's beautiful eyes flashed with coldness. Yuchi's beautiful eyes contained a trace of worry. Just like how martial artists' cultivation aptitude was divided into different grades, treasures of heaven and earth were also divided into different grades. The lower grade was called a spiritual weapon, while the higher grade was called a true treasure. True treasures were extremely rare and precious. Normally, even martial arts giants might not be able to control a true treasure. True treasures contained a mysterious and incredible power that could often double the strength of martial arts experts. For example, the Abyss Demon diagram that Qin Feng condensed was actually a true treasure. The bloodthirsty bone chain that Madam of White Bones refined was a true treasure. However, it was only a false true treasure. However, even if it was a false true treasure, once it was locked, even a martial arts expert would not be able to break free. The furnace in Prince Xuanyang's hand was a very rare intermediate true treasure. Chapter 482. The power of a true artifact could destroy heaven and earth. A chill enveloped the entire white bone hell. Rumble. At this moment, the sun-like furnace bombarded the white bones and red beauty. The blazing golden light pierced through the formation, and countless white bone demons wailed and turned into ashes. There was also a trace of golden light that pierced through the formation and the crystal wall of the white bone hell mystic realm, dispersing the dark clouds above the mystic realm. As the golden light shone, countless white bone demons melted silently. The Madam of Bone's expression changed, and a bone dragon formed from white bones flew out from the ground, blocking the hole that the golden light had pierced through. Roar. Accompanied by a series of majestic dragon roars, the golden light only began to dissipate after more than half of the divine skeletal dragon had been corroded. However, the scars left by the golden light on the white bone hell mystic realm couldn't be removed in a short time. Where did King Xianyang get such a terrifying true artifact? Beside the Madam of Bones, Ling Ji's expression was ugly. The white bone hell was already a small mystic realm, and it already had a powerful spatial defense. However, it was still penetrated by a single attack. What a pity. Although our Madam's white bone hell is powerful and has merged many of our white bone spell worlds, its potential is top-notch, and its size isn't inferior to some large mystic realms. However, it doesn't have a spirit root to suppress it, so it can't integrate all the power. As a result, all the power is scattered like sand, and that's why it was so easily penetrated. Yuchi sighed inwardly as she pondered. Although the white bone hell was powerful, it could only rely on the white bone commanders to condense and transfer the vital energy. This efficiency was too low. Once the battle started, they immediately panicked. Yuji looked at the Madam of Bones and said, "Madam, please make a decision. The white bone primordial fiend god formation can't hold on much longer. That oven-like true artifact is too powerful. It's like a real sun, and the golden light it emits seems to be able to illuminate our white bone hell. Don't worry. Although I don't know where King Xianyang got a mid-grade true artifact, my white bone hell is definitely not to be trifled with." The Madam of Bone's cold gaze landed outside the white bone cave, and there was a trace of a sneer in her eyes. At this moment, King Xianyang was sitting on a throne in a furnace that was as bright as the sun. His domineering gaze fell on both sides. What do you think? At this moment, there were two martial arts experts watching the battle. One of them was a handsome young man who looked to be in his late 20s, but he exuded the aura of a martial arts overlord. He was none other than the most outstanding son of the Heaven and Earth sect leader, Xian Wuji. At the same time, he was Qin Feng's rival in love. The other one's aura was even more terrifying. Around him, yin and yang rotated, revealing the power of yin and yang. It was terrifying. He closed his eyes and stood beside the youth, not saying a word. This was a martial arts expert. From the looks of it, Xian Wuji was actually the leader. The young man in white, Xian Wuji, leisurely looked down at the cave of white bones and red faces that was on the verge of collapse. His gaze swept over the cave of white bones and red faces beneath his feet, and a trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. King Xianyang is indeed one of the 10 great kings of the primordial battlefield. After this battle, his ranking will probably rise by a few ranks. King Xuanyang's eyes flickered as he smiled. Young Master Xian, you flatter me. If not for the support of the Heaven and Earth sect, I might not be able to take by Qiner down. Xian Wuji waved his hand. This is nothing. This is a deal. The Heaven and Earth sect will help you refine the Sun Cauldron, and you will help me take down Bai Qin. This is a fair deal. Fair? Oomph. If not for the fact that the second half of the Sun Cauldron is in your hands, you are not qualified to make a deal with me. As it pondered in its heart and smiled, a trace of greed flashed in its eyes. Xian Wuji's identity was extraordinary. He was one of the most beloved sons of the Heaven and Earth sect leader. He definitely had many secrets and secret treasures. If he could take them one by one, he might be able to improve his strength greatly. Young master, you have to be careful of King Xianyang. King Xianyang is a variant species expert. Such an existence is dangerous and cunning. None of them are good people. I saw that his words were ambiguous, and he ate the candied fruit. I'm afraid he has other intentions. Uncle Sue, don't worry. I've already known about this demon's tricks. The reason why I feign civility with him is because I want to use him to pull out the last few nails of Xingqian School in the battlefield of bones. Xian Wuji secretly transmitted his voice as a cold smile appeared in his eyes. How could he not know what King Xianyang was thinking? This was because he had no other choice. Xingqian School had expanded too quickly in the past few years. He had to curb it. This trip was to pull out the nails of Xingqian School in the battlefield of bones and create some trouble for Xingqian School. The Madam of Bones, Bai Qin, had an unclear relationship with Xingqian School. She was one of his main targets for this trip. Of course, the most important thing was that he found out from some secret channels that the Madam of Bones had an extremely important primordial treasure. This primordial treasure was called the Divine Wood Bead. It was because of this treasure that the Madam of Bones was able to cultivate the profundity of life and completely reincarnate. However, he was afraid of the Sun Oven in King Xuanyang's hands. It's a pity that such a treasure fell into the hands of a variant species like King Xianyang. After this battle, I must kill this demon. Only I am worthy of a treasure like the Sun Oven. Traces of killing intent flickered as Xian Wuji spoke with a smile. When his gaze swept across and landed on the Madam of Bones in the depths of the Cave of Bones and Beauty, a beautiful figure in white appeared in his heart. A trace of gloominess flashed in his eyes. Since the all-star martial competition, for some reason, Bai Yin-er's attitude towards him had changed greatly. This time, she didn't even say goodbye and left directly. Bai Yin-er, whether you are willing or not, I, Xian Wuji, have taken a fancy to you. You have no choice but to agree. Rumble. At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion woke Xian Wuji up. Looking over, the entire Cave of Bones and Beauty collapsed with a bang. The ground caved in, and the hundreds of earth-yin veins gathered around the Cave of Bones and Beauty were destroyed. Countless yin qi flowed out like a leaking sieve. The black yin qi rushed out, and the world in the center was faintly discernible, revealing its original form. After several bombardments from the Sun Oven, the Madam of Bones' true lair was finally exposed. With her lair exposed, the Madam of Bones was like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Just when King Xianyang destroyed the Cave of Bones and Beauty, in an underground pavilion, a black-clothed youth opened his eyes, and a surge of aura was emitted. Looking at the thumb-sized spatial spirit core in his body, Qin Feng was inwardly surprised. I didn't expect that I would break through the first realm of the Sea Revolution realm, the Spirit Sea realm, and advanced to the second realm of the Sea Revolution realm. Chapter 483. With the spatial spirit core as the center, the surrounding galaxy true force revolved. Walala. The galaxy true force that had reached the peak of the spatial realm was like a roaring galaxy that shot up from Qin Feng. Puchi, Puchi. Without any sound, a formless radiance shot out from his body. The void rippled with Qin Feng as the center and spread out 30 feet around him. Boom! An earth-shattering sound came from the top of his head. In Qin Feng's spirit sense, a tremendous and blazing force suddenly runs through the entire earth vein. Like a dragon bone, the cave of white bones and red faces breaks and collapses with a cracking sound. Bang! Countless rocks fell from the top of his head. With a thought, Qin Feng froze the void above his head. The rocks around him seemed to have stopped in time. Void solidification. Qin Feng revealed a smile. This was the void solidification ability that only Sea Reincarnation Realm experts had. It was also called spatial lock or spatial domain. In the next moment, Qin Feng used his spiritual perception and the rocks above his head started to fall. In the void, a rock was falling at a snail's speed. This was void stagnation. With a thought, Qin Feng sent the rock flying back to the stone wall. This was void rewind, the ability of the void dimension to make the rock fly back. It's a pity that I've only mastered void freeze, void stagnation, and void rewind. As for the rest, I'm still exploring void shuttle, void teleport, void acceleration, and void exile. Qin Feng muttered. In the next moment, he laughed. He was too greedy. Ordinary Sea Reincarnation Realm experts, or even the entire Sea Reincarnation Realm experts, could only grasp void solidification. It was extremely rare to be able to grasp two types. Only Sea Reincarnation Realm experts who specialized in the void esoteric could grasp more than 3 types like him. With a smile, Qin Feng was confident that as long as he was given time, he might be able to comprehend the remaining void esoteric in a short period of time. With the spatial treasure, the universe book, as well as the chaos tree, which was a god-grade void spiritual root, Qin Feng was confident that he could comprehend the void profundity to perfection. After ascending to the spatial realm, the next step was to comprehend the power of the Empyrean realm and condense his spatial spirit core into an Empyrean spirit core. The heaven rank power was very simple. In fact, it was the embryonic form of the power of the arcane realm. Qin Feng had already successfully opened up the Chaos Heaven's mystic realm. This wasn't difficult for Qin Feng at all. It was very simple for him to break through to the third realm of the Sea of Samsara, the heaven-seated realm. Boom! Just as Qin Feng was thinking, a loud cracking sound came from above his head. A terrifying Yuan Qi storm appeared in his spiritual sense. His expression changed drastically as he raised his head, only to see a huge lotus made of white bones appear above his head. Madam of Bones White Bone Purgatory transformed into an enormous white bone lotus. Outside, a furnace that resembled the sun descended from the sky like a shooting star and landed on the white bone lotus. Bang! Billowing heat descended as a dazzling golden light pierced over. Qin Feng's expression changed. In his spiritual perception, he felt as though the surrounding world was melting from the high temperature. Even his soul was melting. This is a true artifact. That so-called King Xianyang actually has a true artifact. He gasped in his heart. The astral river true force in his body surged out like a torrent, revolving around his body and enveloping him. In just a moment, Qin Feng's astral river true force, which had reached the third stage of the extreme Tao, was depleted by more than half. Qin Feng had a feeling that if this golden light made contact with his body would vanish completely. Even his soul would turn into ashes. In his shock, Qin Feng waved his sleeves as the surging astral river true force surged out, transforming into an earth-yellow mountain that appeared around him. This was the earth elemental divine mountain of the 5 mountain sacred mountains. The five-element meridians had been completely absorbed by Qin Feng's astral river true force, and even the five mountains sacred mountains had been completely melted into it. The five mountains sacred mountains could appear at any time. The Earth Elemental Divine Mountain was a semi-true artifact cultivated with the Divine Mountain Pearl as its foundation. It was a semi-divine artifact with unparalleled defense and suppression. Rumble. Countless golden lights shone on the earth-yellow Divine Mountain like raindrops hitting a banana leaf. Countless holes appeared on the mountain, but the earth-yellow essence, Qi, swept them and quickly restored them. Seeing this, Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. This five mountains sacred mountains was indeed tyrannical, especially the defense of the Earth Elemental Divine Mountain, which was even stronger than the chaotic Earth Tribulation and the Yin-Yang Divine Diagram. However, Qin Feng knew that this was just the aftermath. If he faced it head-on, the five mountain sacred mountains, which had not yet Deshang, might not be able to withstand the terrifying attack of the true artifact. I wonder how Madame of Bones is doing. She shouldn't be smashed to death, right? Looking up, Qin Feng's eyes were filled with surprise. In the void above his head, the white bone purgatory formed by the white bone purgatory bloomed like a lotus flower. There were countless vortexes around it. Move, shake, advance, retreat, rub, coil, flick, twist, follow, hold, absorb. The white bone lotus flower released a strange force field. When the golden light transformed from the sun furnace bombarded the white bone lotus flower, it immediately became slippery and collided with the power of the secret realm released by the white bone lotus flower. The giant white bone lotus flower released its power layer by layer. Crack! Crack! Qin Feng's spiritual sense sensed that the edges of the white bone lotus flower were broken, but it was not penetrated by the sun furnace. After that attack, the red sun above his head began to prepare for the next attack. Obviously, it was not easy to operate the true artifact. Even with King Xuanyang's strength, he still needed time to prepare. Qin Feng glanced at the white bone lotus flower. At this moment, the edges of the white bone lotus flower were broken. If this continued, the white bone ancient people's secret realm would be destroyed. It's a pity that they don't know how to use such a large-scale secret realm. Qin Feng felt a little sorry for the Madame of Bones. The battle between martial Dao Almighties was actually more about borrowing the power of secret realms. Judging from the scale of the Madame of Bones' secret realm, it was not inferior to some large or medium-sized secret realms. It was full of power. It was just that this power was not fully unleashed. If it was fully unleashed, it might be possible to defeat King Xianyang. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Qin Feng had a way to temporarily unleash the potential of the white bone purgatory secret realm. Moreover, it was very likely that he would be able to severely injure King Xianyang. Unfortunately, the Madame of Bones did not have good intentions towards him. Qin Feng could not wait for the Madame of Bones to be unlucky. On the spot, a silver light flew out like a ghost. It shuttled through the ruins of the White Bone Cave and arrived outside the cave in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng looked up at the White Bone Cave behind him and prepared to quietly leave the place where the two sides were fighting. When Qin Feng's figure flashed and appeared, both sides sensed it. When Qin Feng flew out from the vermilion red sun, King Xianyang frowned. A black-clothed young man appeared in his divine perception. A sea rebirth realm martial artist? This young man seemed to have crawled out from the White Bone Cave. Little ant, just pinch him to death. A trace of ridicule appeared at the corner of King Xuanyang's mouth. A sharp claw pierced through the air. It was as fast as lightning and as big as a mountain. Red clouds rolled in the sky and shrouded Qin Feng from all directions. Qin Feng sensed a terrifying aura descending from the air. The space around him froze, and he couldn't move at all. A terrifying claw pressed down on his heart, and a temperature that could incinerate the heavens and earth wanted to melt him completely. There are 2 more updates. Chapter 484. Qin Feng knew better than anyone how powerful a casual strike from a martial arts mighty figure was. Qin Feng's 48,000 pores constricted violently under the threat of death as his muscles tensed up. In his rage, the galaxy quintessential force in his body surged out like a river, forming an earth elemental divine mountain. Undeterred, Qin Feng circulated the chaos earth tribulation with all his might. He stomped on the ground as the boundless powers of the earth surged, forming layers of circular barriers around him. However, that was all. The deathly aura deep in his soul did not dissipate. Qin Feng gritted his teeth as he squeezed out the nearly depleted galaxy quintessential force in his body. He crazily extracted the chaos heavens yuan qi as surging yuan qi surged in from the chaos heavens. His meridians burned with pain as though they were about to explode. Ignoring the excruciating pain, Qin Feng powered the black tortoise Yin Yang Dao with all his might. The galaxy quintessential force surged out like a flood, forming a roaring black tortoise. A gigantic flaming claw that blotted out the sky came crashing down. Kacha! Qin Feng's pupils constricted. In just 3 seconds, the earth elemental divine mountain was completely pulverized. Boom! The next moment, a massive force struck the chaos earth tribulation. With a rumble, it was as though a meteor had struck the barrier. A black, scorching hot and extremely poisonous flame aura extended along the protective shield. Qin Feng felt an extremely scorching power surging. His life force was ignited, and his blood and qi were dried up. It wanted to burn him into ashes. This was the purgatory poison fire that King Xianyang had condensed from the 5 poisons of greed, anger, coagulation, slowness, and infatuation from countless white bone phase bodies. This flame was specially used to corrupt a warrior's flesh and soul. It was abnormally vicious. His flesh, blood, and essence energies emitted the black flames. Even his soul felt a sense of degeneration, as though it was about to fall into boundless darkness. Chaos fire, great divine power. Qin Feng roared angrily as the chaos fire, great divine power, swept out from his body. Wisps of black purgatory poison flame were sucked into Qin Feng's flame of chaos divine ability. And when the divine ability returned to his body, Qin Feng realized that a scarlet red, majestic, an illusory figure with a tall hat and wide belt had formed inside his body. Qin Feng was overjoyed. This was the avatar of the fire god. This was the symbol of a small success in the primal chaos fire great divine ability. Once the shadow of the fire god completely solidified, this ability would be completely Deshang. Rumble. At this time, Qin Feng's heart suddenly shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. When he raised his head, Qin Feng's face was pale. In just a few moments, the second layer of the chaos earth tribulation was finally broken. The scarlet red claws pierced through Qin Feng's black tortoise true body like lightning. Crack! Qin Feng seemed to see a huge hole in the black tortoise's black tortoise armor as if it was smashed by a sharp claw. Pucci! This black tortoise was formed by Qin Feng's true body. When the black tortoise was pierced, Qin Feng's meridians seemed to have all been broken. However, these 3 layers of protection bought time for Qin Feng. He endured the pain of his meridians being broken, and his figure was like a gust of wind breaking through the shackles of the void. A human figure flashed out like lightning, and his body staggered on the ground. Qin Feng felt intense pain all over his body. On the spot, rumble. A thunderous sound shook the heavens. Dust flew everywhere. Smoke filled the air. Raising his head, Qin Feng's eyes swept around, and his pupils shrank. There was actually a huge claw mark that was close to 100 feet long. He actually dodged it. King Xuanyang's eyebrows twitched, and a trace of surprise flashed across his handsome face. Xian Wuji and that mysterious martial Dao expert's attention was also attracted. It's him. Xian Wuji's eyes swept over, and he instantly recognized the identity of the black-clothed youth. His Azura-like eyebrows furrowed, and a trace of fierce killing intent appeared. King Xianyang said in surprise, "What? Young Master Xian knows this ant?" "That's right," This kid is a junior with great potential from Xingqian School, a 15-year-old grade 4 alchemist. Azure Dragon's first seat, top 3 in the All-Star Assembly, a marquee genius. Every time he thought of this title, the killing intent in Xian Wuji's eyes grew denser. If this kind of existence matured, it would be a huge threat to the universal sect. King Xianyang, please don't let this kid go. All right, since young Master Xian has spoken, this kid must die today. King Xianyang nodded, and his tone seemed to have sentenced Qin Feng's fate. This kid actually dodged King Xuanyang's attack. With his sea reincarnation realm cultivation, he was actually able to escape the attack of a martial Dao expert. On a white bone mountain in the white bone purgatory, many white bone lords were tongue-tied and had a shocked expression. If it was a different place, even a martial Dao expert wouldn't be able to withstand King Xuanyang's attack. Qin Feng was only at the sea reincarnation realm, but not only did he withstand it, he even escaped with his life. Beside Madame of Bones, Yuqi sighed softly. No wonder that Xingqian School's young master Yi needed Madame to make a move. With such a competitor, no wonder he would be nervous. Madame of Bones rolled her eyes and nodded inwardly. As a martial arts expert, she was the only one who knew how terrifying that strike was. Martial Dao experts already had the ability to seal space. At the sea reincarnation realm, even a martial Dao expert would be an ant in the hands of a martial Dao expert. Yuqi sighed. What a pity he is now targeted by King Xianyang. He is dead for sure. Many white bone lords, and even Madame of Bones, nodded inwardly. Being able to escape the first attack was already the limit. With the second attack, this black-clothed kid was dead for sure. At this moment, the hatred in Qin Feng's heart couldn't be washed away, even with all the water in the 3 rivers. Qin Feng raised his eyes to look above his head. The dark clouds that shrouded his heart told him that the next attack might come very soon. He couldn't escape. Martial Dao experts could seal space and sever the void. Even if he had treasures like the ancient void talisman, he wouldn't be able to escape. Needless to say, the intense pain in Qin Feng's body reminded him that he was seriously injured. King Xianyang, you are forcing me to kill you. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and looked up. He made up his mind. Even if he had to walk right into a trap and harm others, he had to kill this King Xianyang. His eyes flashed with malevolence and resentment. Boom! With a flash, Qin Feng instantly flew toward Madame of Bones' white bone purgatory. His figure was as fast as lightning, and he instantly arrived above the white bone purgatory. Seeing Qin Feng's actions, not only were Xianyang and Xian Wuji surprised, but even Madame of Bones had a strange expression. Yu Qi, Ling Ji, and the other white bone lords had strange expressions. Madam, he seems to want to enter our white bone purgatory. Yu Qi looked at Madame of Bones and asked, Madam, should we let him in? Madame of Bones' expression was cold. She formed a hand seal in her palm, and a huge force surged in the white bone purgatory, causing the entire void to tremble. A trace of murderous aura circulated in her eyes. Seeing Qin Feng's talent, King Xianyang and Xian Wuji weren't the only ones who felt apprehensive and decided to eliminate him. Madame of Bones was the same. One had to know that she had personally detained Qin Feng earlier. There is one more update at night. Chapter 485. When Madame of Bones moved, Qin Feng sensed it. In his spiritual perception, the enormous power was like a stormy sea, causing him, who was flying toward the white bone purgatory, to feel as if his body was about to be smashed to pieces. At this moment, there was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Qin Feng was already in a hopeless situation. The aura of death in the depths of his soul was unprecedentedly strong. Qin Feng's expression didn't change. When Madame of Bones was about to make her move, he used his true force and shouted, Madam, wait. I have a supreme technique to help you refine and repel King Xianyang. The mighty voice resounded in the void and penetrated into the depths of the white bones purgatory. Madame of Bones, who was about to use her divine ability to kill the black-clothed youth, stopped condensing the power in her hands. Her beautiful eyes flashed. She instinctively didn't believe that Qin Feng, a sea of reincarnation realm martial artist, had a way to help her turn the situation around. However, the power gathered by the white bone ancient's jade-like hands still quietly dissipated. Not only that, a hole silently opened in the white bone's purgatory secret realm. Seeing the Madam of Bones open the purgatory of bones, Qin Feng's tensed mind heaved a sigh of relief. As he had expected, even if the Madam of Bones did not believe him, she would have no choice but to believe him as if she had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng turned into a stream of light and entered. His figure flashed and landed on White Bone's peak. Seeing this, King Xianyang sneered and didn't care. He didn't think that Qin Feng, a mere sea of reincarnation realm martial artist, had the ability to threaten him. However, Xian Wuji frowned. White Bone's peak. With a flash of his silhouette, Qin Feng felt that he had entered a completely different heaven and earth. The heaven and earth were dusky, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he had entered a cage. However, this world was extremely vast. The mountains, the earth, and even the rivers were all made of bones. On the earth, countless bone armies were neatly arranged. It was terrifying. Madam of Bones, this old demon, put in a lot of effort in this White Bones purgatory secret realm. Qin Feng praised in his heart. The White Bones secret realm in front of him was already 3 times the size of small secret realm. After entering this place, Qin Feng knew that he was temporarily safe. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt a chill on his back as a terrifying figure appeared behind him. At the same time, a cold voice rang out. Qin Feng, if you lie, this madam will definitely make you regret entering the White Bone purgatory. Like a gust of cold wind, Qin Feng's soul almost froze. His nose twitched slightly, and in an instant, a fragrant wind blew by his ear. The beautiful madam walked over gracefully. She was wearing a pure black silk dress, ethereal and gloomy, as if she came from the underworld. Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine, and his lips twitched uncontrollably. This is the second time I've fallen into the hands of this old demon. Helplessly, Zhang Xian recalled how he had taken advantage of her in the bathtub. A strange look flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He turned around and tilted his head to look at the Madam of Bones who was close by. Qin Feng glanced behind the Madam of Bones. Behind the Madam of Bones, there were many White Bone overlords, White Bone commanders, and even White Bone kings staring at him. They looked like they were about to rush up and tear him into pieces. The weakest of these experts of the White Bone Demon clan was at the Sea Reincarnation Realm. Among them, there were 7 to 8 martial arts giants. A terrifying pressure appeared in his heart. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he spoke to the Madam of Bones. Madam, since Qin Feng dares to enter the White Bone Purgatory, how could he not understand that this is your territory? I don't have to lie at all. Bai Qin Er's eyes flashed. If that's the case, then show me the supreme technique you spoke of. This old demon is up to no good. Qin Feng thought to himself. Qin Feng reckoned that if he handed over the secret technique now, the Madam of Bones might point her gun at Qin Feng in the next moment. Just as he was about to speak, boom. At this moment, the entire White Bone purgatory shook violently. Rumble. Qin Feng seemed to hear the sound of the sky shattering and the dragon's spine breaking. He suddenly turned around, and a red sun suddenly appeared in the dusky sky of the White Bone purgatory. The sky seemed to be penetrated by a ray of golden light, and thousands of rays of red light poured into a hole in the sky like a waterfall. There was a kind of destructive power in the golden red light that could melt everything. Silently, countless White Bone demons turned into dust in the golden red light. The red sun in the sky crashed into the White Bone purgatory like a comet. The vast golden brilliance wanted to melt the entire White Bone purgatory completely. Rumble. Qin Feng felt that a part of the sky had been shattered by this attack. Thunder roared in the sky, and the entire mystic realm was shaking violently like an injured beast. Looking up, a piece of land in the northwest direction and a white bone mountain on the land had been shattered and shattered by the collision. Puff! Puff! At this moment, under the gazes of Qin Feng and Madame of Bones, the surrounding skeleton overlords, as well as a white-clothed girl who was a martial overlord, silently turned into ashes. Qin Feng's expression changed. This was a backlash. The white-clothed young lady had merged her own mystic realm into the white bone purgatory mystic realm of the white bone purgatory, which greatly increased the power of the mystic realm. Now that the white bone purgatory mystic realm was under attack, the first unlucky ones were naturally these people. A trace of sadness flashed across the Madam of Unparalleled Beauty's beautiful face. These were all her direct subordinates. In the sky, another attack shattered a piece of the white bone lotus flower. A cruel sneer flashed across King Xuanyang's eyes. His gaze seemed to penetrate the white bone mystic realm and landed on the Madam of Bones and Qin Feng. With a slight sneer, a majestic figure appeared in the sky and looked down at the entire white bone purgatory. It was as if victory was in his hands. He shouted loudly, "By Qin, surrender. Your white bone purgatory won't be able to withstand a few blows from me. At most, your white bone purgatory will collapse after 3 blows." After pausing for a moment, King Xianyang said with a hint of meaning in his eyes, "By Qin, even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for your subordinates. Why do you want your subordinates to pay the price for your actions?" As soon as King Xianyang said that, the expressions of many experts from the White Bone clan in the White Bone Purgatory changed slightly. After saying that, King Xianyang looked at Qin Feng with a mocking gaze. "And you little ant, do you think you can escape by hiding in the White Bone Purgatory? If I want to kill you, there will be no place for you in this world." Qin Feng sneered. On the mountain peak, the morale of the White Bone overlords was low. Seeing this, Qin Feng frowned. An idea flashed through his mind, and he immediately stood up and said loudly, "You don't have to be like this. In my opinion, although the girl just now has died, when she integrated her natal secret realm into Madame's White Bone Purgatory, her natal soul imprint was left in the origin of the White Bone Purgatory. As long as the White Bone Purgatory is promoted to a divine demon kingdom one day, these existences who died in battle will be resurrected." Hearing that, many experts from the White Bone clan were shocked and looked at Madame of Bones. Madame of Bones' beautiful eyes moved. She glanced at Qin Feng with her limpid eyes and said, "Qin Feng is right. As long as I don't die, all of you will be resurrected one day." The fluctuations of the White Bone clan experts' soul flame stabilized. As long as they didn't die, sleeping for a period of time was nothing. King Xuanyang's plan to disintegrate the White Bone Purgatory was ruined in an instant. Seeing this scene, King Xianyang was secretly enraged. His gaze pierced through the White Bone Purgatory and landed on Qin Feng. He swore that once he broke through the White Bone Purgatory, he would definitely catch this brat and skin him alive. Qin Feng felt the undisguised coldness in King Xuanyang's eyes. However, this time, not only did he want to ruin this old beast's plan, but he also wanted to take revenge for being hunted down. Chapter 486. There was a burning anger in Qin Feng's eyes. This was the anger caused by the threat to his life. King Xianyang had to die. This person dared to threaten his life, so he had to tear him to pieces. Suppressing the malevolence in his heart, Qin Feng told Madame of Bones his method. His method was to build an altar in the White Bones Purgatory. There were many kinds of demon gods, but only a few of them were of a higher level. Among them, the Origin Demon God and the Creation Demon God were 2 of them. They were 2 of the 9 highest level demon gods. The Origin Demon God controlled the Origin Great Tao and innately suppressed the demon gods of the various branches. The Creation Demon God created the world and was essentially superior to ordinary demon gods. They were known as one of the strongest demon gods. The method that Qin Feng spoke of was to construct an origin source altar. This was the magnificent feat of a great existence in a later period of the Golden Era. It was precisely because of this pioneering work that although it was difficult to become an origin demon god, it was no longer just a legend. In the following period of time, creation demon gods, ultimate demon gods, and several other terrifying and unbelievable demon gods appeared one after another. The origin demon god had the origin altar. The creation demon god had the creation altar. The ultimate demon god had the great destruction altar. This was the first step to becoming an origin demon god. In fact, with the foundation of the white bones purgatory, not to mention the origin altar, even the great destruction altar, and several other altars might not be impossible to build. However, Qin Feng was not willing to do so. As Qin Feng explained part of the method to build the origin altar, Madame of Bone's expression changed at first. Then, her expression became more and more solemn, and her heart trembled violently. This was simply a supreme, secret technique. Madame of Bones couldn't help but be intoxicated by the profound and complicated scripture as she carefully savored it. The method to construct the quintessence altar was even more profound to the extreme, and it had truly exceeded her imagination. Madame of Bones instinctively felt that if she built the altar according to this secret technique, the power that her white bones purgatory could unleash would probably reach an unimaginable realm. However, at this moment, the voice in her ears suddenly stopped. This was like a storyteller suddenly stopping at the climax. An unknown anger appeared in her heart, and the beautiful madam stared at the black-clothed youth with a trace of hostility. Qin Feng said without any change in his expression, "Madam, don't look at me like that. This is the first half of the secret technique of the origin altar. With this secret technique, we can successfully construct the origin altar and defeat Prince Xianyang." The beautiful madam's eyes turned cold, and a moment later, she snorted coldly. Qin Feng was right. With this half-step secret technique, Madame of Bones was confident that she could protect herself. As for the second half of the secret technique, the beautiful madam also knew that it was already a great fortune to be able to obtain half of it. However, when she thought of the profundity of that secret technique, she couldn't help but be deeply shocked. This secret method of condensing altars was simply stealing the good fortune of heaven and earth, stealing the essence of the common people. With this upper altar mystic art, it would be easy for her to transcend the third chaos, heavenly tribulation. What Madame of Bones found most inconceivable was that this secret method of building altars had never appeared on the Spirit Sea continent before. The idea of using an altar to condense a mystic realm's source energy and communicate with the heavenly Tao was unprecedented. Madame of Bones could imagine what kind of earthquake it would cause in the Spirit Sea continent once this secret method was spread out. Perhaps all the Almighties and even the Supremes would fight for it. Madame of Bones couldn't imagine how shocked she was. How could Qin Feng have such a secret method? This is definitely not the foundation of Xingqian school. According to Madame of Bones' understanding of Xingqian school had many true inheritances and secret techniques, but none of them had such a level of profundity. Where did this Qin Feng come from? How could he have such a secret method? Madame of Bones' heart was heavy. Madame of Bones was sure that this secret method had never appeared in the previous epics. Could it be that he created it himself? That's impossible. He's just a sea of reincarnation realm martial artist. How could he create such a secret method that almost involves the heavenly Tao? For the first time, Madame of Bones felt that she might have made a huge mistake by rashly getting involved in the battle between Yi Ding and Qin Feng. However, since I've already offended him, I can't let him go. The beautiful madame's eyes didn't change, but a trace of killing intent appeared in her heart. Moreover, the first half of the secret method was already so wondrous. If she could obtain the second half of the secret method and the complete secret method of the sacrificial altar, the beautiful madam couldn't help but have some other thoughts. Looking at Madame of Bones' expression, Qin Feng said indifferently, "Madam, it's best that you don't have any other thoughts." Since I dare to give you this secret method of the sacrificial altar, I naturally have a way to deal with it. If you have any thoughts that you shouldn't have, Qin Feng won't dare to do anything to you, but I can still take you down with me." Qin Feng sneered. How could he not understand Madame of Bones' thoughts? He had seen too many shady deals like getting rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness and burning the bridge after crossing the river. Madame of Bones wasn't a kind person. Qin Feng felt that it was best to warn the beautiful Madame of Bones so that they wouldn't have a falling out. It wouldn't look good for either of them. Madame of Bones turned around and glanced at the black-clothed youth with an indifferent expression. Her face sank slightly, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Qin Feng looked straight into Madame of Bones' eyes and said, "Madame, in fact, we're on the same boat. I know what you're thinking, but this secret method of the origin altar isn't as simple as you think. Building the origin altar is only the first step. There are still many key points after that. If you don't have my help, even if you benefit for a while, I, Qin Feng, will guarantee you that you'll die without a burial ground." This was the truth. In fact, in the later stages of the Golden Era, this secret method had been stolen. However, although those who stole it benefited for a while, they didn't understand some of the key points, and all of them died in the end. Madame of Bones could feel the undisguised sincerity in Qin Feng's words. Moreover, with the secret method of the origin altar that she had comprehended, there was indeed that faintly discernible sense of danger. This child is right. This origin altar is obscure and profound. Although I've comprehended a portion of its mysteries, there are many other points that are obscure and difficult to explain. There are hidden mysteries. He's right. If I do anything to him, even if I benefit temporarily, there will definitely be a calamity in the future. Madame of Bones sighed inwardly. Some of the thoughts in her heart had been completely extinguished. Madame of Bones' eyes fell on Qin Feng, and a trace of emotion flashed in her beautiful eyes. She hadn't seen such a powerful junior in a long time. He reversed life and death with a flip of his palm. Even when facing a martial Tao expert like her, this child had never shown a trace of fear or reverence. He could even talk with her with assurance and even force her to be at a disadvantage. An hour later, an altar made of white bones appeared in the middle of the White Bone Peak. It was a square altar. It was a huge altar that was 90 feet tall. Many mysterious and complicated scriptures were engraved around the altar, and an ancient and primeval aura was emitted. The entire altar was like the center of the white bones, purgatory, and it could communicate with the heavenly Tao. Before the appearance of this altar, the power of the white bones purgatory secret realm was like a plate of loose sand, each acting on their own. However, after the appearance of this altar, the power of the entire white bones purgatory secret realm seemed to have condensed together. An origin that intertwined with life and death was contained in the altar, and there was a terrifying power that could reverse the universe. There are 2 more updates. October 16th or 17th. Prepare for the explosion of the 20th. Chapter 487. It's actually the life and death altar. Qin Feng was secretly surprised when he saw this altar. Life and death contained 2 paths, the origin of life and the origin of death. These were 2 high-level origins. Qin Feng originally thought that Bai Qin should have walked the path of unipolar heaven and comprehended the origin of life alone, or the origin of death. She should have become the life demon god or the death demon god. He didn't expect Madame of Bones to have such courage. She was determined to walk the path of the righteous and negative Tao integration. Righteous and negative Tao integration, comprehending 2 opposite origins and combining yin and yang. Such a demon god was one of the strongest demon gods in the traditional Tao integration. However, this path was dangerous and cruel. Usually, less than 1 out of 100 survived. Comprehending one origin source was already extremely difficult, let alone comprehending 2 origins that were opposite in nature. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Qin Feng stared at the altar. Through this altar, Qin Feng could directly sense Madame of Bone's attainments in the origin of life and death. Qin Feng could sense that. The entire White Bone Purgatory mystic realm was built with life and death. The two forces were originally scattered and didn't form a cycle. Now that the life and death altar was established, it was as if a place of rotation had appeared. Half of the originally withered grayish-white bone world had some vitality. This was very strange. The entire mystic realm seemed to be divided into two halves. Half was alive, and the other half was dead. After observing for a moment, Qin Feng's body moved. His aura silently spread out, and an yin-yang taiji diagram formed in the depths of his soul. The taiji diagram changed. Yin and yang rotated, and the two extremes of black and white turned into a blurry life and death. In the black tortoise yin-yang Tao, some scriptures that involved the changes of life and death of yin and yang flowed into his mind like a trickle of water and were filtered by his soul. The second move of the black tortoise yin-yang Tao, the Tao of rotation, was seen through almost instantly. One yin and one yang. The two profundities of life and death appeared outside Qin Feng's body, forming two black and white qi of yin and yang. They were like two black and white fish chasing each other. This fellow actually used my life and death altar to comprehend some profundities of life and death. Madame of Bones's eyes flashed, and she snorted coldly in her heart. The life and death altar instantly merged with the white bone purgatory and disappeared. Qin Feng opened his eyes and glanced at the beautiful lady beside him. Sensing the life and death altar that had been completely concealed, he sighed inwardly. This old demon was too stingy. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. If he was given more time, he might be able to comprehend the third form of the black tortoise yin-yang Tao, the yin-yang form. Once he comprehended the third style, he would thoroughly understand the essence of hardness, softness, rotation, and yin and yang. Even so, it was still a great harvest. The true force of the Milky Way flowed on the surface of his body, giving birth to yin and yang qi, which turned into a black and white divine picture. The picture twisted, and the earth, water, wind, and fire shattered, and the pure essence qi flowed into his body. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up into a smile. If an ordinary sea wheel realm expert was stirred up by this divine diagram, they would probably be killed in the blink of an eye and turned into yuan qi for him to absorb. At this moment, a tremendous pressure came from the horizon. The surging pressure contained a terrifying heat that could even pierce through space. He's here. Qin Feng opened his eyes. In the sky, King Xianyang used the same trick again. A golden-red flowing light streaked across the sky and descended on the white bone purgatory like a comet. At this moment, the beautiful madam opened her bright eyes, and a cold smile flashed across her face. Qin Feng shook his head. King Xianyang, your death is here. The Madame of Bones intertwined her fingers, and a grayish-white, demonic picture appeared between her palms. With just a glance, Qin Feng vaguely felt as if his soul was about to wither. Qin Feng's mind didn't waver. The yin-yang divine picture in the depths of his soul circulated and quickly absorbed this extremely pure aura of death, refining it into vitality to replenish his soul. In the sky, when the sun furnace was about to hit the white bone purgatory, a black hole suddenly appeared above the white bone purgatory. With a gulp, the golden red sun that the sun furnace had turned into was devoured. In the sky, King Xianyang, Xian Wuji, and the others were shocked. They looked at each other and couldn't hide the shock in their eyes. Was this by Qin? Or crazy? She actually swallowed the primordial sun furnace directly. This was simply like a normal person swallowing a pot of boiling water in one go. Wasn't she afraid that her intestines and stomach would rot? If something was abnormal, it was a demon. Rumble. In the white bone purgatory, the terrifying sun furnace fell silently. A large number of white bone demons on the ground were burned into ashes like withered grass. The golden light wantonly destroyed the white bone purgatory. The terrifying golden-red light bloomed like a cannonball that was about to completely blow up the white bone purgatory. Qin Feng's spiritual perception felt a terrifying golden light descending. If he didn't resist, all the white bone demons that were enveloped in him would instantly melt. The power of a true artifact is too tyrannical. Qin Feng sighed his heart, but he wasn't worried. As expected, Madame of Bones suddenly moved at this moment. She raised a hand and clawed at the void. The claw looked ordinary, but had the power to cover the sky and cover the sun. Many experts of the Whitebone clan were shocked. The extremely terrifying sun furnace was actually fixed in place by a tremendous force in the void. Impossible. Seeing this scene, a trace of disbelief flashed in King Xuanyang's eyes. In the next moment, his 10 fingers quickly formed seals. All his cultivation was integrated into the seals. His 10 fingers were like blazing suns, trying to control the sun furnace. However, the sun furnace, which was usually like flesh and blood, couldn't move at all. It was as if it was suppressed by a mountain. The veins on King Xuanyang's forehead bulged. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. He was so upset that he almost vomited blood. Buzz. Countless golden red lights bloomed, but it still couldn't move the white bone purgatory at all. It was as if it was firmly suppressed by a mountain. Seeing this scene, Xian Wuji suddenly stood up in shock. A trace of discomfort flashed in his eyes. What's going on? With the power of the sun furnace, how could it be suppressed by the white bone purgatory? Xian Wuji couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was very clear about the power of the sun furnace. This true artifact came from an ancient paragon who specialized in the origin of the sun. The sun furnace smelted the life secret realm of that ancient paragon. Its power was almost destructive. Although it was damaged, it shouldn't be a problem for a small secret realm like the Madame of Bones. On the side, another martial arts expert frowned. He used a secret technique to investigate the white bone secret realm and found some clues. There was a trace of shock in his eyes as he secretly transmitted his voice. Young master, this is not good. This Madame of Bones seems to have grasped some kind of secret technique. She actually managed to completely integrate the scattered white bones secret realm into one. Her current strength is even more terrifying than some of the 3 calamities of the martial way. I'm afraid King Xinyang is no match for her. What? Xian Wuji was tongue-tied. How did the Madame of Bones suddenly master such a secret technique? Could it be that Qin Feng? Thinking of this possibility, Xian Wuji's face turned pale. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost pierced into his flesh. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had underestimated Qin Feng. There's one more update tonight. I'll finish it early for National Day. Chapter 488. Duke Xianyang wasn't stupid. After considering Madame of Bones' performance, his gaze quickly landed on Qin Feng. His eyes turned blood red. Junior, how dare you spoil my plans? Duke Xuanyang's eyes were filled with hatred. In a white bone, purgatory mystic realm, she suppressed the sun furnace with a flip of her palm. Madame of Bones took out a white bone bow. White bone heartbreak bow. Sensing the dense aura of death lingering on the white bone heartbreak bow, Qin Feng's spiritual perception seemed to see a primordial true spirit surrounded by death. The aura of the 9 nether python. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Beside him, Yu Qi's eyes were filled with surprise. Young master, you have good eyesight. This bow was refined by my madam from a primordial true spirit, the 9 nether python. Qin Feng took a deep breath. The primordial true spirit, the 9 nether python, was said to be a terrifying existence that could devour fiend gods. It was one of the top few true spirits of death. His expression changed. Boom! A blazing sun fell from the sky. Boom! As though the sun had fallen to the ground, red light filled the sky. In the sky, countless white-boned demons fell to the ground like dumplings. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, 2 streams of light, one red and one black, shot up into the sky from the ground, and flew towards the horizon at lightning speed. There are actually two martial Dao almighties. Qin Feng's expression changed when he sensed the mighty aura from the two streams of light. With his sharp eyes, he could see that there were two people in the black light. An old man was flying with a young man in white. Qian Wuji. How could he not recognize the most beloved son of Qinquan Sect's sect master and the #1 prodigy of Qinquan Sect? Why would someone from Qinquan Sect come to the White Bone battlefield and help Duke Xianyang deal with Madame of Bones? Qin Feng frowned. It seems like there's more to Duke Xuanyang's sneak attack on the White Bone Beauty cave this time. Qin Feng's expression turned solemn. It seemed like Xingqian's school and Qinquan Sect weren't peaceful. The situation in the White Bone battlefield was too complicated. A trace of coldness appeared on Madame of Bone's pretty face. In the next moment, she aimed at the two of them. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, were as fast as lightning. He could only choose one. Without hesitation, Madame of Bones looked at Prince Xianyang. With a flash, the Madame of Bones disappeared from the White Bone purgatory. Void travel! Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Half a day later, Madame of Bones appeared in the White Bone purgatory with a disheveled Prince Xianyang who looked like a dead dog. Madame of Bones, who had complete control over the White Bone purgatory, was far more powerful than he had imagined. Without the Great Sun Roaster, Prince Xianyang was no match for Madame of Bones. Bang! Dizzy, he fell to the ground. King Xianyang was like a dead fish. White bone locks grew out from the bottom of his body, binding his limbs and bones like vines. This was the same treatment that Qin Feng had received previously. Qin Feng sneered, took a few steps forward, and looked at Prince Xianyang. Qin Feng. Prince Xianyang raised his head. His eyes were as red as blood, and his hatred was overflowing. He wished he could tear Qin Feng into pieces. If it wasn't for this ant in front of him, Madame of Bones would have become his slave. How could she have ended up like this? Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed. You dare to hit me? With a blood-red palm print on his face, Prince Xianyang looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. This ant actually dared to hit him. He, a white-bone king of the Almighty Realm, was actually slapped by a sea of reincarnation realm ant. A sense of humiliation that couldn't be vented appeared in his heart, and Prince Xianyang almost went crazy. Old bastard, not only will I hit you, but I will also pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and refine your soul. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Old bastard, do you know? Originally, I wasn't going to get involved in the grudge between you and Madame of Bones. I only wanted to leave the beauty cave of Bones peacefully and avoid the entanglement and capture of that old demon. Hearing the old demon, the beautiful Madame frowned. She almost couldn't help but want to slap a certain person to death. It's you, you old bastard. You wanted to kill me. I've always been a person who will repay kindness and take revenge for enmity. You old B***TCH, since you want to kill me, I'll not only ruin your plans, I'll also make you beg for death for all eternity. After speaking, Qin Feng didn't care about Prince Xuanyang's expression. He looked at Madame of Bones and said, Madam, I want to make a deal with you. The beautiful Madame said, What deal? I will use the second half of the secret technique to make a deal. The beautiful Madame's eyes lit up. Half a day later, on the yellow sand, Qin Feng grabbed the figure that was chopped into a stick and left. In a few steps, he flew hundreds of feet and disappeared into the gray sand in the blink of an eye. On the hill, watching Qin Feng leave, Yu Qi suddenly said, Madam, why don't we keep Qin Feng here? With your strength, it's easy to keep him here. It's not that I don't want to keep him here, but I can't. Madame of Bones sighed for the first time. Madame of Bones' beautiful face revealed a bitter smile. It was hard to imagine that she would be helpless against a sea of reincarnation realm martial artists one day. Yu Qi frowned. Why? The Madame of Bones shook her head, and a bitter smile appeared on her dark red lips. She couldn't say that the other party had already taken precautions against the idea that she could think of. At this moment, there was a blood river oath in her mind. If she used any means to attack Qin Feng within half a month, it would be regarded as a breach of the oath, and she would suffer the backlash of the Blood River. No one was willing to suffer the backlash of the Blood River oath. The Blood River was so strange that even demon gods weren't willing to provoke it. Thinking of the secret technique that she obtained from Qin Feng in her mind, Madame of Bones didn't have the time to deal with Qin Feng. Half a day later, a figure appeared 1,000 miles away. He circulated the secret technique and changed his aura. Only when he arrived here did he feel the piercing gaze completely dissipate. Looking in the direction of the cave of white bones and beauty, Qin Feng smirked and muttered to himself, "Madame of Bones, our grudge isn't over yet. I'll definitely repay you for the past few days of suppression when my cultivation is stronger." At this moment, in the cave of white bones and beauty, the two white bone overlords seemed to have sensed something as a black light flickered in their eyes. At the same time, in the chaos heaven's mystic realm, King Xuanyang's soul was tumbling tragically in the fire of hope. Endless wails resounded throughout the peaceful world. Not long after Qin Feng left the cave of white bones and beauty, a gray-clothed youth silently appeared 100 miles away from the cave of white bones and beauty. He was dressed in a gray robe and looked ordinary. He checked the traces of battle around him. "You are quite capable to actually escape from the cave of white bones and beauty. No wonder you have the guts to be enemies with junior brother Yiding." His lips curled into a sharp smile. He swept his gaze across the sea of sand and suddenly looked in the direction that Qin Feng left. His figure flashed and chased after him. Surprisingly, Madame of Bones didn't know that he was moving under her nose. Chapter 489. In the desert, a figure flew into the depths of the desert like a sharp arrow. His figure was faintly discernible, occasionally distorted, and looked extremely strange. His figure was like a gust of wind, disappearing in a flash as if he had entered the void. The next moment, he appeared several miles away. If there was a knowledgeable martial artist present, he would know that the figure's comprehension of the void ultimacy had reached the point of perfection. He had actually fused the wind profound and void travel profound. With this fusion, his speed increased rapidly, like a faint black wind blowing through the void. Whoosh whoosh. His figure flashed and appeared on the sand dune. Qin Feng's black hair draped over his shoulders, and a trace of joy could not be concealed on his handsome and delicate face. He muttered to himself, "The void travel profound is indeed mysterious. Although I've only comprehended a trace, it's so mysterious when fused with the wind profound." He moved his feet and leaped, as if his figure had merged with the void. The next moment, his figure flashed and appeared a few steps away. "It's a pity that I've only comprehended a trace of the void travel profound with the help of the chaos tree. I can't travel long distances for a long time." In fact, Qin Feng felt that the void travel profound was related to the void slicing profound. However, if the void travel profound was a low-level void profound, then the void slicing, void devouring, and void banishing were high-level void profound. It was extremely difficult to comprehend the void slicing profound. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Qin Feng closed his eyes slightly. Following the connection with the thieving bird in his mind, he identified the direction and flew along the edge of the bone battlefield. Qin Feng wandered in the vast desert, enduring the wild sand and chilly wind, traveling while cultivating. He was happy to do so. 3 days later, at the foot of a hill, Qin Feng smiled when he sensed the familiar aura on the other side of the hill. After 3 days, he finally caught up with the Qin family team. The next moment, Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. He heard the sound of metal clashing from the other side of the hill. At the same time, the thieving bird in the depths of his soul transmitted a wave of nervousness. "We've encountered an enemy." A trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. His figure flashed, and a black figure appeared on the hill like a whirlwind. Looking down from above, the situation of the Qin family was instantly seen by him. On the hill, the 17 people of the Qin family were surrounded by a group of black-clothed men. The leader was a black-clothed man with a ghost mask covering his face. He was a martial expert at the second realm of the Sea of Sea, the Qin family of the Meridians, and most of them were at the fourth and fifth secret realms of the Meridians of the Meridians of the Meridians. The Qin Feng of the Meridians was the eighth master of the Meridians of the Meridians. The other dozens of black-clothed men were dealing with the many juniors of the Qin family. From the looks of it, the Qin clan was in a bad situation. It was extremely strenuous for Lord Ba to face 3 Sea Wheel realm experts alone. Qin of the Qin of the Qin of the blood of the Qin family of the Qin 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 of the blood of the Qin of Qi. The rest of them were still resisting, but everyone could see that they couldn't hold on for much longer. Some of the black-clothed men stood in the surroundings with a cold and cruel smile. This was a game of cat and mouse. Looking at this scene, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. 10 steps away from the group of black-clothed men, Qin Xingyun was facing 4 to 5 fifth secret realm black-clothed men of the Meridians of the Void. His green robe was stained with blood, and his beardless face was pale. He took a claw attack and forced the 5 black-clothed men away. The green-clothed, middle-aged man roared in anger. "Who are you people? Why are you making an enemy out of us?" "Kiki, you don't need to know who we are. You only need to know that following that little bastard Qin Feng is the biggest mistake of your life." A black-clothed man of the miraculous void realm held a thin and long blade and sneered. "Kill all the men. Bring the women back for our brothers to enjoy." The eyes of the surrounding 20 to 30 black-clothed men lit up with lust and passion. "Thank you, ninth brother." On the hill, Qin Feng's eyes flashed as he heard the joyous voices of the black-clothed men below the hill. His body flashed as he combined the wind profound meaning and the void shuttling profound meaning. With a leap, he silently crossed a few hundred feet and appeared in front of that ninth brother. A cold light flashed, and the cold smile on ninth brother's face instantly froze. With a thud, his head silently fell to the ground. With a cold expression, he crossed a few feet and appeared behind the 2 black-clothed men who were holding Qin Xinghong and Qin Xingwei. With a crack, the necks of the 2 black-clothed men were instantly twisted, and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. In the blink of an eye, 3 black-clothed men of the miraculous void realm had died silently. Who is it? The 3C reincarnation realm martial artists were the first to notice the change in the battlefield. Among them, the black-clothed man with a ghost face let out an angry roar. "It's me." Faint voices appeared one after another. In the battlefield, a phantom shuttled through the entire battlefield at an unimaginable speed. In the next instant, he appeared in front of Qin Xingwei and Qin Xinghong like a ghost. Plop, plop. Qin Yuanmei, Qin Tianming, and the other disciples of the Qin clan who were fighting a bloody battle suddenly had a change in expression. The black-clothed men who were fighting with them just now had fallen to the ground one by one. Their deaths were strange. The faces of the Qin clan members were pale, and their eyes were filled with indescribable shock. This was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, their opponents were all dead. From the corner of their eyes, a phantom walked out of the void. Seeing this figure appear, the expressions of the 2 sides on the battlefield changed drastically. Gugu, Brother Feng, Lord, Qin Feng, Qin Xinghong, Qin Xingyun, Qin Xingwei, and the others were extremely surprised. The black-clothed men with the ghost face as their leader had a miserable expression. "Lord, you must avenge the disciples." The moment this group of black-clothed men appeared, they attacked us indiscriminately. "You must avenge us." Qin Yuamei's face was filled with hatred. The young lady's fair face was filled with anger and sorrow. Glancing at the corpses of the Qin clan's disciples on the ground, Qin Feng said with a cold glint in his eyes, "Don't worry. None of them will be able to escape today." The ghost-faced martial artist was furious, but his eyes were cold. "I have long heard of how arrogant and conceited Head Qin is. Today it seems like it is true. Do you really think you could do anything to us?" We have 3C of reincarnation realm experts and over 40 martial experts. With just you alone, even with the help of your pet, you can only protect yourself at most. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Qin Feng shook his head. No matter how many rice buckets you have, it is useless. Qin Feng smiled sinisterly. A galaxy of true force rushed out from his body, forming a black and white yin and yang diagram on the surface of his body. The diagram shot out like a stream of light, enveloping the 3C of reincarnation realm experts, including the ghost face martial artist. As the ghost face martial artist's expression changed, the diagram twisted and the void shattered. Earth, water, wind, and fire were formed and engulfed the 3C of reincarnation realm experts. There are two more. Chapter 490. The three black-robed men had fear in their eyes as they tried their best to use their spatial domains to open up the yin-yang divine diagram. Qin Feng sneered. With a thought, the yin-yang divine diagram produced yin and yang qi that tore apart the three spatial domains that had just appeared, turning the void into earth, water, wind, and fire that wreaked havoc. PFFF. The three black-robed men's bodies were instantly torn into pieces by the violent essence qi. They are sea of reincarnation realm existences after all. Their flesh and blood are great nourishment. I can't let them go. Qin Feng chuckled. The yin-yang divine diagram suddenly transformed into a yin and yang qi ball that wrapped around the 3C of reincarnation realm experts' flesh and blood before flying into the chaos heavens. After being watered by the flesh and blood of the sea of reincarnation realm experts, the spiritual herbs were full of medicinal properties. The three great figures were killed in an instant. They died without a burial ground. Shock. Silence. It wasn't just the Qin clan. The black-robed men were all stunned. Too horrifying. He killed 3C of reincarnation realm experts in a single move. Was this the strength of a marquis from All Stars College? In an instant, the Qin clan members' eyes were blazing as a trace of boiling heat surged into their hearts. With such a genius backing them, would the rise of the Qin clan be far away? On the other side, the black-robed men felt as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. The three leaders were killed in a single move. The three leaders were sea of reincarnation realm experts. They weren't Tom, Dick, or Harry. Qin Feng turned around and looked at the remaining 30 over black-robed men. You should be from the Demon Temple. Speak. Tell me what you know, and I will spare your lives. Qin Feng's spiritual will allow him to see the black-robed men's faces even though they were masked. Don't even think about it. Among the black-robed men, a black-robed middle-aged man at the void mystical realm sneered. He stared coldly at the black-robed youth with a trace of determination. Qin Feng, we will never betray the sacred temple. Don't think of getting any information from us. The sacred temple will take revenge for us. His eyes flickered with a trace of obscurity as he fell to the ground silently. Qin Feng's expression changed as he was about to control the remaining black-robed men. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the black-clothed men fell to the ground silently with unwillingness in their eyes. With a flash, Qin Feng appeared in front of the black-robed men. His divine sense flickered, and his face changed. He actually planted a secret technique in the depths of his soul beforehand. What a cruel heart. He actually destroyed his soul and completely dissipated it. Qin Feng shook his head and stood up, his gaze landing on the members of the Qin clan. There were originally 17 people in the Qin clan. Including him, there were 18 people. Now, there are only 14 people left. Among the remaining 14, except for Qin Feng, all of them were injured. Arriving before Qin Feng in a few steps, Qin Xinyan revealed a sorrowful expression. Hi, Lord. All right, I have some healing pills here. Share them among yourselves. Clean up the battlefield and move on. Qin Feng waved his hand. With a wave of his sleeves, bottles of pure essence pills landed in front of the remaining members of the Qin clan. The profound vitality pill was a third-tier pill. Not only could it recover one's vitality, it could also increase one's true power and refine one's bones. This kind of pill was not cheap. Qin Qing Yun, Qin Qing Hong, and the rest were moved. Their sorrowful faces had a trace of joy. The profound vitality pill was a good thing. Even for elders like them, it was rare to see one. If they refined it, their strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. This High Lord could be said to be extraordinary. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. On the other side, Qin Yuma and the rest of the younger generation of the Qin clan were pleasantly surprised. To them, one profound vitality pill was equivalent to several months of cultivation. However, when their gazes landed on the 4 people who died in battle, they couldn't help but feel sad. They were 4 youths around the age of 18 or 19. Their faces were still filled with unwillingness and unwillingness. They were all brothers of the same clan. Some of them had fought in the past. Some of them had secretly competed with each other, and some had even fought with each other. In the past, they were also proud of their success. Today, they were indeed temporarily in this dangerous desert. Bury them. Qin Feng turned his gaze to the side. Don't worry. The Cloud Lake City's Qin clan will remember them. They are the first-generation elders of the Cloud Lake City's Qin clan. Hearing this, the remaining people trembled. They looked at the black-clothed youth with gratitude. Yes, High Lord. Chilly winds blew in the bone battlefield. The sandstorm did not stop, but the Qin clan's people did not stop. Qin Feng could see that after this life and death battle, the remaining Qin clan's disciples seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Hundreds of miles away from this hill, on a gray, bony stone mountain, there was a group of white bones. A graceful and beautiful woman in a long black dress had a change in expression. In the next moment, her expression returned to normal. However, she could not hide the sigh in her bright eyes. Beside her, among the dozens of black-clothed people, a black-clothed person with a higher status had a trace of sorrow in his eyes. Lord Flower Empress, the shadow mission failed. There was a trace of indifference in the Flower Empress's charming eyes. It seems that Qin Feng has escaped. Lord Flower Empress, what should we do next? Should we chase after him immediately? The black-clothed person gritted his teeth. There was a trace of hatred in his eyes that could not be concealed. The Flower Empress shook her head. The black-clothed person and the shadow were of the same mother. No, you and I both know the strength of the Shadow Clan. He is at the 2nd level of the Sea of Reincarnation realm and is proficient in the assassination techniques of a Shadow Clan. Even he could not kill Qin Feng. Our chances are not high. Although I have that treasure, if Qin Feng escapes, there will be endless trouble. Lord Flower Empress, are we just going to let it go? The black-clothed person's eyes were bloodshot. Of course not. Qin Feng's talent is too monstrous. Once such a person grows up, he will be a huge threat to the Divine Temple. The Divine Temple will not allow such a genius to grow up. The black-clothed person was unwilling. Then what should we do? The beautiful woman had a calm expression. Don't worry. He won't be able to escape from me. If I didn't guess wrongly, they should be going through the Moonless Forest and the Broken Spirit Ridge to the Cloud Lake City. I remember that I have a clan living in the Moonless Forest. This time, I can use this opportunity to personally take action. The beautiful woman's mouth curved into a charming smile. She smiled gracefully, and there was a trace of coldness hidden in her eyes. Qin Feng, this time, this Empress doesn't believe that you can escape from this Empress's palm. The Moonless Forest is a wonderful place. It is a paradise for fierce beasts. Rumor has it that there is an extremely powerful ancient race living here. This is the private land of this race. This race is all female. Each and every one of them is delicate and charming with enchanting figures. Along the way, they slept in the open. Half a month later, Qin Feng and his group finally appeared in front of a vast and boundless forest. There is one more. Chapter 491. The first thing they saw was a red forest. It was like a red maple tree in late autumn. Looking at the red forest from 1,000 steps away, The people of the Qin clan couldn't help but squeeze out a smile. Whoosh! Even the three elders, Qin Qingyun, Qin Qinghong, and Qin Qinghue, looked relaxed as they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Along the way, they had fought all the way. Even with Qin Feng as their backer, the group still felt extremely exhausted from the bottom of their hearts. Now, they finally had a place to rest. They didn't need to be ready to pick up their weapons and fight at all times. A silhouette appeared in front of the group. Qin Feng's gaze swept through the forest, and within his tyrannical spiritual sense, he could faintly sense something, causing a cold smile to appear on his face. He waved his hand, indicating for everyone to stop. Seeing Qin Feng's gesture, the group of people's faces changed as they reflexively twitched their weapons. With a flash of light, Qin Qingyun appeared beside Qin Feng. "Lord, what's wrong?" Qin Qingyun was unusually respectful. After seeing Qin Feng's means, in the eyes of the Qin clan, Qin Feng's status was like a god. Qin Feng waved his hand, indicating for the group to be on guard. Qin Feng tilted his head and looked at the thief bird on his shoulder. Little late. On his shoulder, a crow that was 3 times the size of an ordinary crow cried out with a sharp voice. "Brother Feng, I know. My Lord 8 will take care of these little guys. Don't worry." The people of the Qin clan looked at each other with a bitter expression. Since when did the famous experts of the Qin clan of Mountain River City have to be protected by a crow? With a flash of black light, a figure appeared 100 steps away. Qin Feng glanced at the void hundreds of steps away. "Come out. Since the 2 of you are waiting for me here, you shouldn't hide." His eyes were bright, as if he could see through the void, and landed on the 2 figures. Silence. Silence. Poochie. Suddenly, a void crack appeared somewhere in the air like a ripple. 2 figures seemed to walk out of the void. It was an old man and a young man. The old man was a burly old man who looked like a lion. His face was covered with a copper-like beard, and his eyes were dignified. When he saw a tall and sturdy old man, Qin Feng's pupils slightly shrank. This was a martial arts overlord. Beside the tall and sturdy old man was a young girl with a graceful posture. She was tall and slender, and had an enchanting figure. Her snow-white hair fluttered in the wind, and a wisp of pure and holy aura filled the air. A trace of amazement remained in her eyes. When Qin Feng saw the tall woman in white, a trace of familiarity appeared in his heart. The other party's extraordinary beauty left a deep impression in Qin Feng's mind. She was a woman from another race. Qin Feng's eyes flashed as he recalled where he had seen this woman before. "I know you. I've seen you in Skyscraper Ridge before. At that time, you were by Shi Wushuang's side. You're the fiancée of the prince of Heavenly Lion Imperial family, Shi Tong's elder sister, and the saintess of the Heavenly Lion clan, Shi Han." Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. "The black-clothed men in front are your men?" "Black-clothed men?" Shi Han was slightly taken aback. Qin Feng shook his head. "Looks like they're not your men." Glancing at the burly old man beside Shi Han, who was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey, Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile. "I've troubled the 2 of you for so long. I wonder if the 2 of you are here to fight to the death with Qin Feng or to do business." Shi Han smiled sweetly. "Young Master Qin Feng is a sensible person. I wonder if my sister is in your hands?" "You mean Shi Tong?" "Yes, she's in my hands. She's now my concubine." A trace of wickedness flashed across his face as he looked at the tall and enchanting figure of the snow-haired young man in front of him. Qin Feng chuckled. "Speaking of which, Miss Shi Han is my sister-in-law." Qin Feng clapped his hands and smiled. "Wonderful. One of the 4 joys of life is meeting my sister-in-law in the wild." The burly old man's expression changed abruptly. "How dare you?" A surging aura surged toward Qin Feng like a wave. The violent aura flashed like lightning and thunder, causing the faces of the Qin family members to change color. Almost simultaneously, they retreated hundreds of steps. Qin Feng stood there motionlessly. The violent aura was 3 feet away from him, but it melted away like ice without a sound. After condensing his soul, true body, Qin Feng was not afraid of the aura of a martial arts powerhouse. Don't worry, old man. It's bad for your body to be angry. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves. Without a sound, the earth-shattering aura dissipated into nothingness. At the same time, Qin Feng took a step forward. As he took a step forward, the mountains and rivers reversed. An earth-shattering aura suddenly erupted from his body. In an instant, the burly old man's expression changed greatly. He stepped in front of Shirhan, and a violent golden energy was born like a wall. Rumble. The surging aura bombarded the invisible wall formed by the golden true force. It was like 1,000-foot tide bombarding a reef. Rumble. The earth under the burly old man's feet cracked, and he couldn't help but take half a step back. How is this possible? The burly old man's expression changed greatly. He stared at the black-clothed youth 100 steps away in shock. In a battle of aura, he, a martial arts powerhouse, actually lost to a disciple of All Stars College. Didn't this mean that the other party had already broken through to the realm of a martial arts powerhouse? The burly old man's heart trembled violently. He simply couldn't believe it. One must know that the other party was just a martial artist who had just broken through to the Meridian's realm a few months ago. Looking at the burly old man in shock, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a sneer. He had already condensed his soul true body, which was unique to martial arts powerhouses. Moreover, his soul true body was far stronger than ordinary martial arts powerhouses. If his soul realm had completely reached the peak of martial arts powerhouse, this burly old man wanted to use his aura to suppress him, but he had made a mistake. Qin Feng lifted his chin and looked at the snow-haired girl. How is it, sister-in-law? Your brother-in-law is not bad, right? He's much better than your Shi Wushuang. Your fiancé, Shi Wushuang, is a complete good-for-nothing. He has the status of the heavenly lion imperial family and is full of glory. He can't even hold onto his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, do you want to break off the engagement? Consider me. Qin Feng rubbed his chin and sized up the snow-haired girl. For the sake of my concubine, your sister, I can make an exception and marry you as a co-wife. A trace of redness appeared on the snow-haired girl's skin. Facing the black-clothed youth's hooligan-like words, the snow-haired girl felt that her mental state was about to break. A trace of anger appeared in her limpid eyes. However, when she thought of Qin Feng's words, the snow-haired girl couldn't help but compare her fiancé's recent performance with Qin Feng's. Ever since he lost to Qin Feng at Skyscraper Ridge, Shi Wushuang had been in a depressed state and muddle-headed state. She couldn't compare. That's not right. Why was she led astray by him? I came here to look for my second sister. Why would I think of such nonsense? The snow-haired girl's eyes turned cold. Qin Feng, don't change the topic. Where is Shi Tong now? Chapter 492. Shi Tong is naturally in my hands. Young master, please return my sister to me. Miss Shirhan, what you said is ridiculous. Qin Feng said. Shi Tong is already under my roof and is already a member of the Qin clan. She is my concubine. How can I return her? The snow-haired girl's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of coldness. It seems like we have to have a fight. That's right. We still have to have a fight. If I lose, my life and my sister will be yours. After a slight pause, Qin Feng's slender eyebrows curved into a smile. However, if you lose, you'll be a member of the Qin clan. Qin Feng sized up the snow-haired girl. She was tall, and her snow-white robes accentuated her curves. Her snow-white hair was like a waterfall. Qin Feng sneered. Since Shirhan sent herself to his doorstep, he wouldn't be courteous. Back then, Shi Wushuang had chased them until they had nowhere to go. It wasn't too much to use his fiancée to repay her. Little bastard, how dare you boast so shamelessly? At the side, the lion race's eyes were burning with a trace of unbearable killing intent. He had long found Qin Feng an eyesore. A mere sea of reincarnation realm martial artist was already a fish on the chopping board. Instead of begging for mercy, he dared to be so arrogant and bargain. Arrogant and conceited, he was simply courting death. He took a step forward, and with a clang, a saber light appeared. The saber light swirled and enveloped Qin Feng. It was as though a raging inferno was corroding him. Qin Feng felt as though he was in a raging inferno and was about to be turned into ashes. "Old bastard, you really think that a martial arts overlord can deal with me?" Qin Feng. A cold smile flashed across Qin Feng's face. A huge water ball appeared between his hands. Billowing Milky Way true force surged into the water ball and appeared in front of him like a torrential tide. This was the Chaos Water Calamity Great Divine Ability. After forging the Sea God physique, the Chaos Water Calamity Great Divine Ability had increased in power. Its power wasn't inferior to the Chaos Fire Great Divine Ability. The scorching saber light blasted into the tide and was silently submerged and refined. At the same time, Qin Feng's eyes turned cold. With a push of both hands, the Chaos Water Calamity Great Divine Ability erupted like a flood. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void. Qin Feng's hands seemed to have plunged into the water, twisting and shaking. The entire void trembled and melted, forming a vortex. The void was like water, permeating and devouring all things. In an instant, the Lion Clan elder was entangled by a gigantic whirlpool. The golden true power around his body was actually corroded, and a boundless watery light dissipated. The old man from the lion tribe was shocked. His spiritual perception felt as if he had fallen into a vast ocean. It was boundlessly vast and bottomless. Vortexes and enormous waves surged throughout it, and it seemed as if it contained all the majesty, vastness, profundity, and heaviness of an ocean. Isn't Qin Feng's specialty the fire element? How could he be so proficient in the water element? Several hundred meters away, Shirhan's beautiful face revealed a trace of seriousness. Qin Feng was more powerful than she had imagined. Qin Feng did not expect the Chaos Water Calamity Great Divine Ability to be so smooth. It was as if it was instinctive. With a thought, the rivers and seas were under his control. His acupuncture points and even his soul had merged with the various water elements in the void. He had the ability to turn the void into an ocean. The cloud and rain ultimacy, storm ultimacy, North Sea ultimacy, tide ultimacy, vortex ultimacy, and other water element ultimacies flowed into his mind like a trickle of spring water. The true potential of the sea god body of the 9th level was to completely merge with the soul. In this state, the mystic water acupoints in his body were connected one after another. Rumble. At this moment, a saber light exploded in the middle of the whirlpool in the void. The blazing saber light was like a furnace of lava. Anything that came into contact with it would be burned to ashes. It could burn the sky and boil the sea, evaporating everything. A violent figure appeared in front of Qin Feng. The majestic old man's face was red, and his eyes were burning with anger. In a moment of carelessness, he had almost failed miserably. This made him furious. The burly old man cultivated a fire elemental technique. The ultimacy that he comprehended was also the fire saber Tao ultimacy. His every move was filled with endless heat. However, after clashing head-on with Qin Feng, the burly old man felt that his strength was actually unable to suppress Qin Feng. He felt that although Qin Feng's strength was weaker than his, the essence of his true power was actually superior to his. He was not inferior to him at all. A martial arts giant was defeated by a sea reincarnation realm martial artist in a single move. It was so embarrassing. This old man used the power of the secret realm. Qin Feng clearly felt a power that could even melt the void from the saber above his head. That was the power of the secret realm that was unique to martial arts giants. The power of the secret realm was the power of the inner world. Although there was only a trace of it, it was not something that a sea reincarnation realm martial artist could withstand. If it was an ordinary sea reincarnation realm martial artist facing the power of the secret realm, he could only close his eyes and wait for death. However, My Galaxia true power has already reached the 3rd level of the extreme Tao. It has merged with the power of the chaotic tree, which is also known as the world tree. Its essence is not inferior to the power of the secret realm. It might even surpass it. Sneering in his heart, Qin Feng pulled out the North Underworld godly water sword and slashed towards the saber light. The sword light surged violently. The sword aura was vast and surging. It was like a tsunami that could tear the heavens and earth apart, drowning and swallowing everything. The two powers of water and fire clashed fiercely in the void. The burly old man was a martial arts giant after all. His strength was superior by a few notches. Rumble. The saber light appeared in front of Qin Feng. With a calm expression, Qin Feng slashed out with his sword. In an instant, his figure changed and disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he appeared several feet away. Void shuttling. The burly old man's expression changed, following which the blazing killing intent in his eyes intensified. What a powerful brat. To be able to fight against a martial arts giant at the sea reincarnation realm and even comprehend the void shuttling ability. You are already so powerful at the sea reincarnation realm. If you break through to the martial arts giant realm, how powerful would you be? This time, I will not let you off, even if I can't get any information about the second lady from you. The killing intent in his eyes surged. The aura on the burly old man's body intensified. The violent aura was like a real flame. He slowly withdrew his saber. An ancient saber intent that could cut through the void and burn the world appeared on his body, spreading out to the surroundings. Sure Han's eyes trembled. This was the Sky Lion Imperial family's secret technique, the true martial grade saber technique, world-breaking 7 slashes. It was rumored that this saber technique had the power to break the world. With one slash, even a secret realm of heaven and earth would be cut in half. Qin Feng was actually able to force the burly old man to use this trump card. His strength was so terrifying that it was hard to believe. Thousands of feet away, Qin Xingyun, Qin Xinghong, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Their figures flashed and retreated thousands of feet away. They looked at each other with fear in their eyes. That saber light was too terrifying. Thousands of feet away, even their souls seemed to have been melted and killed instantly. At the same time, a deep sense of worry flashed across their hearts. They had followed thousands of feet and already felt such a terrifying pressure. Then what would happen to Qin Feng, who was facing this saber head-on, fighting against a martial arts giant at the sea reincarnation realm? No matter how they looked at it, Qin Feng was definitely at a disadvantage. Nothing must happen to him. The Qin clan members were anxious and were generally pessimistic. When the burly old man sheathed his saber, Qin Feng's expression turned extremely grim. An incomparable sense of danger appeared in his mind, as if there was a ball of blazing fire enveloping his mind. He felt his hair stand on end and all the muscles in his body instinctively tensed up. There are 2 more updates. Chapter 493. The crimson saber light came one after another, as if thousands of sabers were condensed into 7 sabers. Flames that could penetrate heaven and earth lingered on the long saber. The lingering flames were like ancient flames that boiled the void, melted matter, and incinerated all worlds. Qin Feng's spiritual sense felt that his entire body and the surrounding void had been burned and melted by the flames. His qi and blood had turned into nothingness, and his soul had turned into ashes. Calming down, all kinds of terrifying illusions dissipated in the depths of his heart. The galaxy true force in his body revolved, and he grabbed the North Underworld divine water sword and infused all his true force into it. He was about to use the 11th sword of the chaos tide to break this saber. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind, and a trace of inspiration appeared in his mind. Qin Feng transformed all his galaxy true force into the power of the chaos water calamity and slashed at the top of his head. This sword strike caused the hearts of all the spectators to tremble. Rumble. It was as if he could hear the sound of countless tides roaring in his ears. It was as if the sea and the sky had been turned upside down. The sword light turned into a surging ocean. It was as if the sea and the sky had been turned upside down, rolling up and down. Rumble. The saber light collided with the endless waves, and countless waves disappeared. However, when the void collapsed, layers of waves filled the gap and continued to wear down. This was the most powerful part of the chaos water calamity. It could eliminate, assimilate, and accommodate everything like rivers flowing into the sea. It could also transform the enemy's power into his own. The blazing saber power that seemed to be able to fill the world collapsed and melted. How is this possible? He definitely has more than 6 types of water profound meanings. His comprehension of water profound meanings has reached such a level. The burly old man sucked in a breath of cold air. The majestic power was shocking, and the most terrifying thing was that the waves were like rolling snowballs that were growing bigger and bigger. Rumble. In the midst of his shock, the saber light that the burly old man sent out finally disappeared silently after 7 or 8 breaths. At the same time, the chaos water calamity that was as vast as the ocean was compressed and collided with the burly old man with a thunderous momentum from all directions. Not good. In the midst of his fear, a trace of anxiety flashed in his eyes. The burly old man could not care about the newly born lava secret realm in his body. A golden secret realm power surged out like a tide to protect his body. Bang! It was as if a 10,000-foot tidal wave had crashed onto a golden reef. The burly old man's expression changed drastically. The lava's secret realm in his body shook violently, as if 2 continents were crashing together. The newly born secret realm rumbled. It was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Backlash from the mystic realm. The tall and sturdy old man was shocked. The remaining gold true power in his body released a blade. The blade speed was extremely fast, causing the air to form a tornado blade aura. The chaotic water tribulation power that tore apart the ocean quickly formed a path. He was very experienced in combat. He knew that if he continued, he might be able to injure Qin Feng, but the chances of him dying were very high. Qin Feng's eyes flashed when he saw the burly old man's intention to retreat. Qin Feng could tell that the burly old man had reached his limit. Should he kill this martial arts magnate? Forget it. A martial arts magnate is a martial arts magnate after all. He should be a new martial arts magnate now. Most of his energy should be restrained by the newly born secret realm. If I push him too far, he will not care about the secret realm in his body and release all his combat power. I might not be able to defeat him then. With a thought, Qin Feng kept the chaotic water tribulation power. Rumble. The surging power was like a river flowing back into the body of the young man in black. Swoosh, swoosh. There was a piercing sound as a burly old man appeared 100 feet away. The burly old man's face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. The snow-haired girl looked at the burly old man's expression and was shocked. It was obvious that the burly old man was at a disadvantage in this fierce battle. The snow-haired girl could not believe her eyes. A mere sea of reincarnation realm cultivator was actually able to suppress a martial overlord realm expert. This was simply too terrifying. Am I dreaming? On the other side, a young man from the Qin family was in a daze, his eyes dull. Was a martial arts magnate. In the entire Yin country, there was only one martial arts magnate in the imperial family. It was because of this martial arts magnate that the Du family of the Yin country could enjoy the country for thousands of years. However, such an existence was being suppressed by their own honorable lord. It's not that simple. As the grand elder of the Qin family, Qin Qingyun's realm was higher, and he could see further. Looking at this martial arts magnate's performance, he is very unfamiliar with the use of the secret realm's power. Moreover, the amount of secret realm's power that he can use is very little. This martial arts magnate must have just reached the realm of a martial arts magnate. His secret realm of heaven and earth has not stabilized yet, and most of his power is used to suppress heaven and earth. Indeed, the strength of a martial arts magnate is not simple. Martial arts magnate has already transcended the mortal world. Not only will their status, realm, and strength undergo great changes, their lifespan will also increase sharply from the limit of 200 years to 500 years. Qin Hong nodded. As everyone knows, the longer one breaks through the realm of a martial arts magnate, the stronger one is. The three elders were not as optimistic as the other young disciples. Everyone below the level of a martial arts magnate was like an ant. This was not an empty sentence. However, the three of them were also shocked to see this publicly. It was unbelievable that a sea reincarnation realm cultivator could suppress a martial arts magnate. The burly old man's expression was gloomy. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced over. A trace of gloom flashed in his eyes. He raised his head and looked deeply at the black-clothed young man several dozen feet away. "Let's go." In a flash, he appeared beside Sher Han and pulled the girl, whose expression changed drastically, and disappeared into the moonless forest. Qin Feng looked at this scene coldly and did not stop them. If a martial arts magnate was determined to escape, no one could stop him unless a martial arts expert intervened. Caw, Brother Feng, I didn't expect your strength to grow to such a level in just a few months. You can actually suppress a martial arts magnate. The sound of wings flapping could be heard, and a black-feathered crow with smooth black feathers landed on his shoulder. You're not bad either. You ate half of my spiritual medicine. Qin Feng turned his head and snorted. Lord Ba laughed dryly as he rolled his eyes and shut his eyes without saying a word. With the changes in the Chaos Heaven's mystic realm, all kinds of spiritual medicine were growing well and maturing batch after batch. All kinds of spiritual medicine were bearing their bellies to this fellow. Lord Ba had eaten so much that his fur was glistening. Thankfully, this wretched bird was smart and knew to leave its roots behind. Otherwise, Qin Feng would not have spared it. After repelling Sher Han, Qin Feng knew that with this girl's intelligence, she would not find trouble with him in the near future. However, she would definitely pester him in the future. Sher Han, he muttered to himself as his eyes flashed with a strange glint. After the group rested outside the mangrove forest for a moment, they immediately headed for the moonless forest. Just as the Qin family entered the moonless forest, Flower Empress appeared alone deep in the forest core. This place was filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. A gigantic ancient tree of life stood tall, and a mirror-like lake reflected the boundless moonlight. It was like a kingdom of life. Countless ferocious beasts and savage beasts were abnormally docile and peaceful. Upon seeing the scene in front of her, Flower Empress's vixen-like face revealed a charming smile as she muttered to herself, "Qin Feng, this will be your true doomsday. It's not a disgrace for you to have me take action personally." Her figure transformed as she transformed into a silver-haired girl in a green dress and walked in. There's one more. Chapter 494. Night fell in the moonless forest. A thick layer of clouds covered the moonlight in the sky, and the entire forest seemed to be in darkness. Crackle, crackle. The firewood made a slight crackling sound in the air as the warm flames dispersed the surrounding darkness. The tents in the forest were exceptionally warm. On the rack, the dried meat of an unknown beast emitted a tempting fragrance. Sizzle, 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 roar. From the surrounding forest, there were occasional beastly roars. On an ancient tree, Qin Feng leaned against the cool night breeze as he scanned the distance. His huge divine perception spread out to check the surrounding maze. It had been 8 days since the Qin clan entered the moonless forest. Along the way, there were dangers from time to time. But fortunately, with Qin Feng's protection and 8th Master's sharp eyes, no one was killed. Only a few people were slightly injured in the battle with ferocious beasts. The moonless forest was indeed a paradise for beasts. There were many types of beasts here, and most of them were savage beasts. There were also beast kings entrenched in the vast territory. There were even a few times when Qin Feng's divine perception sensed ancient beasts that were equivalent to martial Dao giants. "Lord, do you want to come down and eat some food?" The one who spoke was a charming young lady in purple. She had a graceful figure, and her black hair danced in the night breeze. Her youthful beauty made many male disciples envious. Qin Yueme was the most talented genius in the Mountain River City's Qin clan other than Qin Tianjiao. She was also the goddess of the Mountain River City's Qin clan's younger generation. The young lady in purple's eyes were like a clear spring, and her beautiful eyes carried a trace of strange emotions. As the night breeze blew, a trace of red flashed across her charming face, making her look exceptionally beautiful. It was a pity that Qin Feng wasn't in the mood to appreciate this beauty. He waved his hand and smiled. "No need. You guys can start eating." Qin Feng's thoughts were all on the choice of his Dao path. Although he was only at the peak of the second level of the Sea of Reincarnation, the third level of the Sea of Reincarnation, the Heaven Realm, was just around the corner for Qin Feng. The most important thing now was to choose a Dao path. For choices: Water Dao Origin, Calamity Dao Origin, Star Dao Origin, Void Dao Origin. After pondering for a while, Qin Feng first eliminated the star path. With the primeval star as his natal star and the core of Xingqian School's art of the origin stars, the path to becoming a star god was very easy. But for the current Qin Feng, this was the furthest path. As for the remaining three options, after some thought, Qin Feng eliminated the calamity source once more. This wasn't because the calamity essences weren't powerful enough. In fact, the calamity essence was one of the most powerful high-level essences. The reason he excluded this path was because Qin Feng's comprehension of the water origins and void origins far surpassed that of the calamity origins. Although he had cultivated the Chaos 5 calamities, the Chaos Fire calamity, the Chaos Water calamity, the Chaos Wood calamity, the Chaos Metal calamity, and the Chaos Earth calamity, the Chaos Fire calamity, the Chaos Water calamity, the Chaos Wood calamity, the Chaos Metal calamity, and the Chaos Earth calamity. However, Qin Feng still needed a lot of time to comprehend the profound truths of calamity. However, if he chose the water origin or the void origin, Qin Feng would be able to become a martial overlord in the shortest time possible. The only two choices, the water origin and the void origin, were the most difficult for Qin Feng to choose. If he chose the water origin, Qin Feng believed that he would be able to recover his peak cultivation in an extreme event. With the sea god's physique as his foundation, Qin Feng's cultivation speed would be dozens or even hundreds of times faster than others. However, after careful consideration, Qin Feng finally decided to give up on the water origin as his main cultivation path. One of the reasons was that Qin Feng felt that he was more compatible with the cultivation of the void origin. Another reason was naturally the natural advantage of a void origin powerhouse. Time was supreme, and space was king. A martial overlord who comprehended the void origin was innately stronger than an ordinary martial overlord. There were also many other reasons, such as the void origin god-level spirit root, chaos tree sapling. With the void origin god-level spirit root, chaos tree sapling, Qin Feng's comprehension of the void origin was like adding wings to a tiger. Among them, the most important reason was the universe book, which was the legacy of the space-time god. It could be said to be a top-grade true artifact that contained the principles of space. If he could obtain the other half, the universe book, which symbolized time, might be able to refine the laws of space and time and completely inherit the legacy of the space-time god. The space-time god was a great existence. At the very least, he was a master god of chaos. Qin Feng had been thinking and choosing. Until now, Qin Feng finally made up his mind. With the void as the main and the water origin, star origin, and disaster origin as the auxiliary, this is my path. The moment this thought flashed through his mind, Qin Feng felt a fundamental change in his soul. It was like a crystal that had been dusted off, incomparably clear. Vaguely, he seemed to be more sensitive to the changes in the void. Many void origin mysteries occupied the most central dominant position in his soul. Void solidification, void reversal, void stagnation, and void traversal. 4 types of void origin mysteries flowed in his mind, comprehending them by analogy. Even the 5th type of void origin mysteries, the void slicing mysteries, had faintly touched upon a trace. Suddenly, Qin Feng's brows twitched. His tyrannical spiritual sense suddenly felt a trace of strangeness. It was as if a breeze had suddenly blown through the quiet forest. The maze array that was set up outside was actually unknowingly penetrated by a figure. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. Although the maze array outside the forest was casually set up by him, after all, it was made by him, Qin Feng. It wasn't some ordinary item. Not to mention dealing with powerful characters. Even if a Sea Revolution realm martial artist came, they would be lost for a few moments after entering this array. The other party seemed to have ignored the maze array and directly passed through it. Just this ability alone was astonishing. With a flash of black light, Qin Feng silently appeared in the open space, looking at the pitch-black forest. Seeing Qin Feng's action, the faces of the Qin clan members changed as they all drew their weapons. "Lord, what's wrong?" Qin Xingyan looked at Qin Feng. "Shushu." Just at this moment, the shadows of the trees swayed, and a figure walked out from the darkness. He was wearing a black warrior's attire. His hair was slender and had a trace of strange white on it. This was an abnormally handsome young man. He was a rare, good-looking man and had a calm demeanor. He had a strange temperament that attracted people's attention. The moment he appeared, he instantly gave Qin Feng a strange feeling. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. He actually couldn't see through the cultivation realm of this person. This was very strange. With Qin Feng's soul spirit realm, even if it was an almighty martial artist, Qin Feng would still be able to sense some clues. When the person saw the Qin clan members on guard, he elegantly cupped his hands and smiled. "Sorry to disturb you in the middle of the night. Please forgive me for being presumptuous. May I ask who is senior apprentice brother Qin Feng?" Scanning the crowd, he quickly placed Qin Feng on the leader, who had a different temperament, Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes flickered as he took a step forward and said, "It's me." The person nodded with a smile. "I'm Lin Zifeng. I'm under orders to borrow senior apprentice brother Qin Feng's head. Senior apprentice brother, please don't be stingy with your head." Chapter 495. Lin Zifeng, Young Master Hidden Spirit, Lin Zifeng. Before Qin Feng could speak, Qin Xingyun, Qin Xinghong, and the rest of the Qin family's people behind him had a drastic change in expression. Qin Feng's expression changed as he looked at Qin Xingyun. Seeing Qin Feng's questioning expression, Qin Xingyun hurriedly transmitted his voice. "Lord, you have to be careful. This young master hidden spirit is a mysterious figure who has risen in the various regions in recent years. His origin is mysterious, and he has attacked a few times. Each time, famous experts of the older generation have fallen in his hands. The last time he attacked was a year ago, and the one who died was Xiao Jingchan of the Great Sunlight Temple." Qin Feng's expression froze. Xiao Jingchan was not a stranger to him. In fact, it was a well-known name. Xiao Jingchan was the #1 inner disciple of the Great Sunlight Temple. He was a half-step core disciple and was known as the Star of Light. The great sun-purple cloud that he cultivated was vast and mighty. In terms of cultivation realm, he had completely comprehended the origin of light and condensed the Great Sunlight Temple's famous 9 Suns Light World Law. He was a half-step martial overlord. This Xiao Jingchan was as famous as Xia Jiuyo, who was the #1 inner disciple of the Xingchen school. They were known as the double walls of light and darkness. Qin Feng frowned. Qin Feng had experienced Xia Jiuyo before. This person was extremely powerful, especially the 9 Nether 10 Direction sky that was terrifying. Qin Feng was confident that he could suppress this person, but it would not be easy to kill him. Since this Lin Zifeng could kill Xiao Jingchan so easily, his strength was probably extremely shocking. A trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. It is said that the Temple of Light had sent several martial overlords, and even a martial overlord to kill this person. However, they could not stop this person and allowed him to escape easily. Qin Xingyin's tone was heavy as he smiled bitterly. The worry in his eyes could not be concealed. Qin Feng waved his hand, indicating for everyone to step back. Seeing the expressions of the Qin family members, the purple-clothed youth was not worried at all and smiled. "Brother, have you thought about it?" Raising his head, Qin Feng squeezed out 2 words. "No. When this young master wants to borrow something, no one can refuse to lend it to me." The corner of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile. In the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared into the void. Void profound? No, it's the dark shadow profound. He was surprised, but in the next moment, he felt a chill in his heart. A bone-chilling white sword tip appeared behind him. It pierced Qin Feng's waist. Pucci. Qin Feng's body was pierced through silently. This was an illusion. A figure walked out from the darkness with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The profound of void travel. No, it seems like there is also the profound of wind shadow. He actually combined the profound of void travel and the profound of wind. No wonder he is the marquee genius of Xingqian school. As he praised, a trace of killing intent condensed in his eyes. With a loud bang, a pitch-black fog covered the entire forest with him as the center. The purple-clothed youth cultivated the dark elemental cultivation method and comprehended the dark elemental profound. He was extremely proficient in the dark elemental origin. He was half a step away from the martial path. In addition, he had a special background. In the past, he could easily defeat experts of the same level as him and kill them like cutting vegetables. However, meeting Qin Feng today made him feel extremely pressured. But that's why it's interesting. Marquee genius, your head is qualified to be my collection. With a hint of excitement in his heart, the purple-clothed youth followed the dark fog and approached the black-clothed youth. Qin Feng frowned. The moment the dark fog appeared, his spiritual sense became blurry, as if it was covered in dust. This dark fog has the power to deceive the spiritual sense of the soul. He was shocked. Shrouded in the dark fog, Qin Feng's spiritual sense could not capture the opponent's movements at all. But this is a small trick. His expression did not change. With a wave of his hand, the galaxy True Force turned into a huge river and rushed out of his body. Chaotic water calamity, divine power. Puff, puff. Water divine power, water escape technique. Water elemental profound, water mist. In the dark fog, the purple-clothed youth sighed. He could not help but sigh at how difficult Qin Feng was to deal with. This mist had the same effect as his darkness god art, dark mist. I see you. Using the vision of the water mist, Qin Feng's spiritual sense quickly captured the sound of breathing in the darkness. With a flash of black light, the chaotic golden calamity power attached to the dark north godly water sword. The chaotic golden calamity could destroy everything. The long sword slashed the purple-clothed youth's waist like lightning. Puff! 2 pieces of a bloody corpse were cut apart. Swoosh! 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 Qin Feng appeared on the spot. He looked at the 2 pieces of the corpse and scanned it with his spiritual sense. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Oh no, this is a doppelganger. Too late. A cold laugh sounded in his ears. Soundlessly, a dark white sharp sword tore through the sky and pierced into Qin Feng's chest. The purple-clothed youth walked out of the dark fog with a cold smile on his face. Puff! With a turn of the sword, Qin Feng's body was cut in half. No! In the next moment, the purple-clothed youth's expression turned gloomy. He hurriedly turned around and wanted to retreat. However, it was too late. A voice sounded in his ears, giving you a taste of your own medicine. You used the dark doppelganger as a substitute. Did you think you could fool me? Little did you know that I had already seen through your dark doppelganger substitution technique. I'll beat you at your own game and use the water spirit doppelganger substitution technique to take your sword. I tricked you. Now take my sword. This voice was not a sound wave, but a thought. Preposterous! The purple-clothed youth shrunk his body and condensed all his divine abilities. In an instant, he cast several dark doppelganger. Suddenly, he created more than 10 dark doppelganger that rushed out in all directions. The aura, cultivation level, and even the expression of each dark doppelganger was the same. No one knew which one was the real one. However, how could this trick be used by the experienced Sheen Foam? Rumble. It was as if he could hear the sound of surging tides in his ears. A vast ocean-like wave swept out, and the surging light of water covered 1,000 feet of space. In an instant, more than 10 dark doppelganger were silently destroyed. Only one of the dark doppelganger was able to break through the water light and fly towards the void. "It's you," Sheen Foam sneered. His divine consciousness locked onto the dark doppelganger. His divine consciousness descended and froze the dark doppelganger. Void profound meaning, void stagnation, void rewind. 2 consecutive bursts of void profound exploded. The purple-clothed youth was flying in the air. However, after a while, he realized that his body was unconsciously moving backwards. His flying speed was abnormally slow. This is the void stagnation and void rewind Upanishad. In addition to the void shuttling and void freezing, he has comprehended at least 4 void Upanishads. Is he a space controller who specializes in space Upanishad? Lin Zifeng's face was filled with shock. His body trembled as a chill rose from his heart. A space manipulator, that was a legendary existence. It was extremely rare. Time reigned supreme. Space reigned supreme. There are 2 more updates. Chapter 496. Space manipulators were only legendary existences. They were extremely rare. If that was the case, this would be the strongest opponent he had encountered since he started cultivating. However, if that was the case, the purple-robed youth wasn't afraid. He had a mysterious background and naturally had great abilities. So what if you're a space manipulator? Today, this young master will kill you and let the world know that time is supreme and space is king is just nonsense. His eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and his killing intent was bone-piercing. His figure retreated, but instead of retreating, he advanced. He suddenly turned around, leaped up, and slashed out with his sword. He was originally handsome and had an eye-catching temperament. However, this sword seemed to have stolen all the light in the sky. Even a moonlight in the sky seemed to have been stolen. Darkness rolled over and shrouded the void. As the darkness swept over, Sheen Foam felt that the vast water tribulation energy in the void seemed to have been completely devoured by some terrifying existence. A decaying, declining, and withering aura grew from the darkness and touched his body. Sheen Foam was shocked to find that the blood chi and soul seemed to have reached their limits and produced all kinds of negative energy. It felt as though he had fallen into a dark hell. This is the source energy of darkness. He has already completely comprehended the source energy of darkness and has already started to fuse with it. The void, true force of the sea of reincarnation realm fused with the source energy of darkness, transforming it into the source energy of darkness. When he stabbed out, it was as though a world of darkness was born. If it was an ordinary sea of reincarnation expert or even a half-step martial magnate, even if they didn't get corroded by the dark energy, their souls would be suppressed by the true intent of the boundless darkness and killed by the sword. However, he met me. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His soul, true body shook slightly and turned into a demonic diagram that enveloped his heart. The decaying, withering, and declining aura was swallowed by the demonic diagram. After absorbing the boundless darkness true intent, the demonic diagram became brighter and brighter. The demonic diagram turned back into a soul true body and was actually a great supplement. At the same time, the galaxy true force in his body was like a galaxy as it roared and rotated. The boundless darkness aura was refined by the extremely domineering galaxy true force. At this moment, The boundless river of darkness had already appeared above his head. Qin Feng spun the Dark North godly water sword, and a pure white flame adhered to the translucent blade of the Dark North godly water sword. The flame of hope. The 12th sword of chaos tides. This was the first time he used the 12th sword after advancing to the sea of reincarnation realm. His entire life's worth of cultivation transformed into a single slash, and the boundless sword light was like the sun itself. That vast sword light pierced through the heavens and the earth. Seeing this, the purple-clothed young man was not alarmed. Instead, he rejoiced. A trace of coldness appeared in his eyes as he looked at Qin Feng with pity. How foolish! This sword technique of his was no ordinary sword technique. It was a supreme sword technique of the sect he belonged to, called Eternal Darkness. With a slash of the sword, boundless darkness was like a long river. Wherever it passed, it would devour all origin chi. No matter what kind of divine ability, sword chi, saber chi, they would all be devoured. After devouring the opponent's power, the power of darkness in the eternal darkness would snowball. This was also his ultimate technique. Relying on this sword technique, many Sea of Reincarnation realm experts had fallen to this sword technique. However, in the next moment, the purple-clothed young man's expression changed. The beam of sword light emitted by Qin Feng is like a pure white sun. Along with the slash of the sword, the river of darkness created by the power of boundless darkness is easily cut apart by the Dark North godly water sword. The remaining power of the sword does not stop, and it suddenly appears above the head of the purple-clothed youngster. Feeling the sword cognition that was as pure as the sun, it was bright and vast. This is the power of light. No, this is the power of hope. How can you have such power? The purple-clothed young man cried out in shock. The eternal darkness could cover the light and cover everything. However, it could not cover the power of hope. In a daze, the purple-clothed young man's heart was filled with fear. The darkness origin true force in his body surged out. In a fluster, he barely managed to block the sword in front of him. Crackle. Two sounds of metal breaking could be heard. Qin Feng's crystal-like fiery white divine sword, which was imbued with the flame of hope, broke the thin white sword with lightning speed. Under the fearful gaze of the purple-clothed young man, it slashed across his body. Crackle. The two halves of the figure fell to the ground. The terrifying sword light instantly cut the purple-clothed young man into two. This time, Qin Feng could be sure that it was the real body and not a substitute. Just as he was about to step forward, the two halves of the corpse suddenly transformed into two extremely pure dark auras, like two wisps of green smoke intertwining together. The next moment, they turned into a ray of dim light that silently sank into the darkness of the tree's shadow, disappearing in an instant. Lin Zifeng's figure sped through the shadows. In an instant, he had covered a few hundred feet. In his eyes, there was a trace of unwillingness. Qin Feng's tyrannical strength was beyond his imagination. It was his first time meeting such a tyrannical and terrifying genius of the same age. Especially at the end, when Qin Feng released that strange pure white flame. It was his nemesis. Qin Feng, I will remember you. Today, you only relied on that mysterious flame to win. In the future, I will definitely make you pay. Raging in his heart, Lin Zifeng attributed all his failure to the flame of hope. He was even more unwilling. The purple-clothed young man's figure was extremely fast. Especially in the darkness, he was like a fish in water. In an instant, he was far away and no one could catch up. Undying body of darkness. Seeing this, Qin Feng's heart sank. A trace of gloominess flashed across his eyes. The undying body of darkness was a superior dark, attribute martial Dao true body. It was born with a special affinity for dark attribute Yuan Qi and had a special ability. That was, it could temporarily transform the physical body into dark Qi and disperse it. The undying body of darkness was similar to the water attribute vast ocean true body. The vast ocean true body also had this ability. When killed, it could temporarily transform into water to avoid death. This type of martial Dao true body was extremely difficult to cultivate. Qin Feng did not expect the purple-clothed young man to have cultivated this type of martial Dao true body. However, this type of martial Dao true body was not without its nemesis. The weakness of the undying body of darkness was light true power and lightning true power. If Qin Feng had seized the opportunity to use the flame of hope, this Lin Zifeng guy would have overreached himself. "Lord, are you all right?" Seeing that Lin Zifeng had escaped, the Qin family members hurried over. Everyone's eyes were still filled with shock. Young Master Shrouded Spirit was famous among the younger generation of the 72 sections. His strength was not inferior to many of the older generation experts. Such an existence was actually defeated by Qin Feng. She couldn't believe it. "I'm fine." Qin Feng shook his head. Qin Qingyun said, "Lord, who exactly is this person? Why is he going against you?" "Undying body of darkness, boundless darkness. There's only one place that has these two techniques." Qin Feng sneered. That place was called the Netherworld Dao. The Netherworld Dao, one of the 10 immemorial Dao, had the boundless darkness and immortal darkness scripture. That group of people loved all kinds of assassinations. In the era when the Lifeless Sword sect did not appear, the Netherworld Dao was synonymous with an assassin organization. It was rumored that this ancient sect had once assassinated a real demon god. Qin Feng snorted. Obviously, he did not know who hated him so much that they actually contacted the Netherworld Dao and asked for assassins from the Netherworld Dao to take action. Qin Feng's mind flashed with the figures of Yi Ding, Yin Gu, Dong Hao, and the various rulers of the 9 big empires. During this period of time, he had offended too many people. There were too many people who wanted to kill him. After Lin Zifeng escaped, the forest fell into silence again. The forest was exceptionally quiet at night. After experiencing a life and death crisis, the Qin family members especially enjoyed this tranquility. However, at this time, they did not know that dozens of miles away from this forest, there was a large group of figures pouncing towards this forest. One by one, the figures leaped in the forest. They were as agile as monkeys. The tall figure in the lead emitted a cultivation level that was not weaker than a martial arts overlord. There's one more. Chapter 497. It's really a restless night. Trouble comes one after another. When the dense footsteps appeared a few miles away, Qin Feng's extremely powerful spiritual perception sensed them. With so many footsteps, even if the group of guests deliberately used a secret technique to conceal their presence and be silent, how could they hide from Qin Feng? He woke up the Qin family members who had just fallen asleep. Qin Qingyun, Qin Qinghong, and the others climbed out of their sleep. Their faces were pale as they held their weapons. The Qin family members had become birds that were startled by the mere twang of a bow. The 3 elders in the lead didn't look too good. They looked at Qin Feng's frowning expression. Every time their supremacy showed such an expression, it meant that there was big trouble. The 3 elders were secretly worried as they recalled their previous encounter. Whether it was Madame of Bones, the expert from the Heavenly Lion race, or the purple-clothed youth who wanted to borrow their supremacy's life, they were not people the Qin family could resist. Just the murderous aura released by the other party made them unable to summon the courage to resist. Supremacy. Who was it this time? The great elder, Qin Qingyun, was worried sick. He shook his head slightly as a strange look flashed in his eyes. It's a group of beauties. Beauties? Qin Qingyun and the others were stunned. Could it be Russell? Russell. At this moment, Qin Feng's expression changed as the rustling of leaves sounded in his ears. At the same time, the maze array set up in the surroundings fluctuated violently. After a dozen breaths, Poochie, with a soft sound, the maze array was broken. They came so quickly. Qin Feng's expression was grave. This maze array was broken by brute force. To be able to break his maze array in just 10 breaths, It could be seen that the strength of the newcomer was not inferior to the purple-clothed youth from before. In the darkness, the first thing that came into view was a tall and slender, silver-haired girl with a graceful figure. She was in the prime of her youth. Under the gentle light of the fire, her appearance was beautiful and her temperament was cold. Rustle, rustle. Following a series of light footsteps, several dozen graceful figures appeared in the surroundings. Qin Feng raised his head and scanned the surroundings. On top of the ancient trees, under the shadows, there were many figures prostrating themselves. In the dark night, countless sharp arrows were aimed at them. The bone-piercing killing intent was like an inescapable net, chilling one's heart. The Qin clan's group had already been surrounded. The weakest of these people hiding in the dark was at the Meridian's condensation realm. Among them, there were even 4 or 5 that emitted the unique aura of a sea reincarnation realm expert. The silver-haired woman in the lead had a cold look in her eyes. She was extremely beautiful and was clad in a plain yellow robe. Her beautiful eyes were as clear as water, akin to the moon, causing people to feel a chill from the depths of their souls. When her gaze landed on the members of the Qin clan, an extremely tyrannical aura gushed forth. Her entire person was akin to the cold moon in the sky, causing people to not dare to look directly at her. A martial arts giant. Who are you? Don't you know that the moonless forest is a forbidden area? A clear and cold voice sounded out like the gurgling of spring water and the falling of broken flowers. It was clear and pleasing to the ear, yet it carried a trace of unquestionable dignity. Accompanying his words was an abnormally powerful aura. It was like a silver radiance had descended, and it was chilling to the heart. The chill had descended. The members of the Qin clan were overwhelmed with shock. They were like quails in a world of ice and snow. Their faces turned pale with fright, and they actually couldn't hold their weapons steadily. Looking at this scene, Qin Feng frowned. His body shook slightly, and a surge of aura appeared, blocking that layer of clear and cold aura. Qin Feng's gaze changed, and it landed on the silver hair of the woman in the lead that was like a waterfall. The surrounding women all had silver hair, and this made Qin Feng involuntarily think of senior sister Yuji. They had the same silver hair and a similar aura. Qin Feng thought of some things that he had seen in senior sister Yuji's memories. A light flashed in his mind, and his hands quickly intertwined, forming a seal. This was a strange seal that was shaped like a full moon. Buzz, buzz. As the seal was formed, strands of silver radiance appeared on his palms, forming a crescent silver moon. The faint and cold brilliance illuminated the darkness around Qin Feng, revealing a pair of astonished and beautiful faces. The cold and beautiful woman in the lead frowned, and her cold eyes landed on Qin Feng's hands. She frowned, and in the next moment, she raised her head to look at the black-clothed youth and said, "This is the treasured moon seal that is unique to our Silver Moon clan. Who exactly are you?" The beautiful woman was secretly puzzled. This treasured moon seal was the identity seal of the Silver Moon clan. It was very private, and ordinary people would not pass it on, unless it was passed on to her husband. Could it be that the youth in front of her was the lover of one of the clan members? Some thoughts flashed through his mind, and Qin Feng said, "I have a good friend called Yuji, and we have a good relationship. She once told me that this treasured moon seal is the symbol of friendship of the Silver Moon clan." Qin Feng lied without batting an eyelid. With his relationship with Yuji, how could she give the treasured moon seal to him? It was obvious that he used the great Yin reincarnation to spy on the girl. Thanks to those dozens of love reincarnations, the silver-haired girl was harmed greatly. Her heart was poisoned by his love tactics, and almost all of her secrets were taken away by him. Yuji, isn't that the princess? The beautiful woman's eyes were a bit strange. Could it be that the youth in front of us is Princess Yuji's lover? But didn't Princess Yuji say that she didn't have a lover? Could it be that she hid it from the queen? Yes, the youth in front of us has a good appearance, and his cultivation has reached the sea of reincarnation realm at such a young age. This is a good match for the princess. What is his background, and how far has he progressed with the princess? The beautiful woman's gossipy flames burned fiercely. Qin Feng only felt a bit strange. The expression of the woman in front of him was too strange. So he is Princess Yu Ji's friend. The beautiful woman in the lead relaxed her expression. She sized up Qin Feng and the slightly hesitant members of the Qin clan behind Qin Feng and smiled. Since you are Princess Yu Ji's friend, then you're naturally friends of my Silver Moon clan. I presume little brother should be from the same sect as my princess? I wonder which venerable you are under? Why have you come to my moonless forest? Qin Feng said when he saw the yellow-clothed woman probing. I'm Qin Feng, a new inner court disciple of Xingqian School. I'm ashamed that I haven't entered the ancestral hall. After he finished speaking, Qin Feng pointed at the group of people behind him and smiled. These are my clan's disciples. The reason I entered the moonless forest is to borrow the path to Cloud Lake City. Qin Feng. When the beautiful woman in the lead heard Qin Feng's name, her eyes lit up. Are you the Azure Dragon's head seat, the Medicine King Hall's head alchemist? Qin Feng looked at the woman in the lead with surprise. Yes, I am. This miss has heard of my lowly name as well. Young master, you don't know. Presently, young master's name can be said to be famous in the All-Star region. A 15-year-old grade 4 alchemist, top 3 in the All-Star meet, and a genius conferred as a marquis in Xingqian School. Your name is like thunder to the ears. The silver-haired young woman's eyes carried a trace of an expression as if she was looking at a family member as she called out to the people behind her. Sisters, come out. This is a friend of our Princess Yu Ji, an honored guest of our Silver Moon clan. Send a sister to notify the elders that an honored guest has arrived. After she finished speaking, she smiled as she spoke. The yellow-clothed young woman spoke with a smile, causing the young woman's cold face to thaw, and it was indescribably moving. Young Master Qin, since you're passing by the moonless forest, why don't you make a trip to my Silver Moon clan, so as to avoid the princess finding out in the future and blaming us for not properly taking care of an honored guest? Qin Feng laughed lightly. Since Miss has invited me, then Qin Feng will accept your invitation. Qin Feng was bewildered in his heart. He'd previously guessed that Yu Ji might be a member of the Silver Moon clan, yet he'd never imagined that she was actually the Silver Moon clan's princess. After all, the Silver Moon clan could be said to have produced numerous experts since ancient times. Yu Ji's origins were actually so shocking. If he pretended to be her friend and went to the Silver Moon clan, then what would he do if she found out in the future? Qin Feng had a slight headache. After all, he'd offended Yu Ji terribly the last time. Last time, he'd forcefully utilized the lunar samsara divine ability to instill so many love movies into Yu Ji, causing this virgin Yu Ji to get pregnant, give birth, and do so many things that were inappropriate for children. With Yu Ji's disposition, she might want to get even with him. He still didn't know that the Silver Moon clan didn't just take him as an honored guest. They even took him as the husband of the Silver Moon clan's future queen. Chapter 498. The moon reflection lake of the Silver Moon clan was located in the center of the moonless forest. It was like a silver moon embedded in the earth. The curved lake was like a silver mirror, beautiful like a dream, ethereal and illusory. The forest was quiet. In the firelight, a group of silver-haired girls looked at the Qin clan members curiously. Their dresses fluttered in the wind. Their bodies were slender and curvaceous. Every one of them had waists like willows. They were beautiful and full of vitality. They were not fat at all. There were no males in the Silver Moon clan. They were a rare, matriarchal clan. It was rare to see males in the forest. Even if an outsider barged in, he was an enemy. For hundreds of years, the Qin clan members were the only guests to visit the Silver Moon Lake. The Qin clan members received a grand welcome from the Silver Moon clan. There were 14 people in the group. Many of the young men looked at the graceful young ladies of the Silver Moon clan with envy. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled. It would be difficult for this group of Qin clan members to hook up with the Silver Moon clan members. Boom! As soon as they entered the Silver Moon Lake, there was a strange explosion. Several hundred steps away, in a picturesque treehouse, a thick medicinal fragrance wafted out as waves of flame aura wreaked havoc. Everyone's expression changed. The beautiful Silver Moon clan leader, Ling, who was leading the way, looked normal. She was not surprised. She just said to Qin Feng and the rest, "Don't worry. This is just the sound of an alchemy furnace exploding." Qin Feng stopped and looked at the treehouse. His nose twitched. He surrounded the fragrance in the air and said, "White moon fruit, red spirit grass, grand spiritual spring. There seems to be a 9-leaf silver blue flower and a 3,000-year-old grand Lingji. This seems to be an alchemy of the grand soul consolidating elixir." The grand soul consolidating elixir was a 6th grade elixir. Its effect was to allow a martial artist to successfully condense their true soul into a soul and completely transform their true soul into a soul. Qin Feng looked at Ling with his dark starry eyes and sighed. "I didn't expect the Silver Moon clan to have a 6th grade alchemy master. Amazing. But it's a pity." Ling's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. The young man in front of her could smell the elixir in the alchemy furnace just by smelling the medicinal fragrance in the air. Swoosh! At this moment, a silver light landed on the ground, and a young girl with silver hair and green clothes hurriedly walked out of the silver light. Pity what? Qin Feng only felt a special and pleasant fragrance suddenly appear in front of him. This was the fragrance of wood, and it carried the ethereal and peaceful nature of nature. Just smelling it caused one to be unable to help but be immersed in it. This was a young girl with a peerless charm. Her delicate and beautiful face was even more youthful than Shirhan's. Her every move was graceful and elegant, but her figure was extremely hot. This young girl walked too quickly. When she appeared in front of Qin Feng, she almost grabbed Qin Feng's collar. Her hot body was almost stuck to Qin Feng's body. Feeling the astonishing elasticity in front of her chest, Qin Feng gasped, especially her appearance that was 90% similar to Yuji's. Qin Feng connected everything that had happened in the great Samsara illusion, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. "What's a pity? Kid, hurry up and say it. How is it a pity?" There was urgency in her tone. Under the young girl's long eyelashes, her beautiful eyes were filled with a trace of impatience. The young girl didn't notice the ambiguous posture between her and the black-clothed youth. She only stared at Qin Feng with her beautiful eyes, and all her thoughts were on the reason for the explosion. Qin Feng's eyes swept across the young girl's extremely hot and full body without batting an eyelid. His eyes looked at Ling, whose mouth was twitching. Ling's dark red mouth moved, and she said, "This is our queen." Ling was a little helpless. No one could stop her queen's obsession with alchemy. "So this valiant woman is Yu Ji's mother." Qin Feng smacked his lips. The Queen of Silver Moon pulled the black-clothed youth over and stared at Qin Feng with her beautiful eyes. "Kid, don't drag it out. Be straightforward." Cough, cough. Qin Feng was choked by the queen's valiant style. After stopping himself from speaking, Qin Feng simply said, "Your Majesty, the lunar condensing pill is a rare top-grade elixir among the grade 6 elixirs. It is only a step away from becoming a grade 7 elixir. I can see that your Majesty is not far from becoming an alchemist grandmaster." Halfway through, the Queen of Silver Moon impatiently waved her hand and interrupted. "Kid, don't play this game. I won't fall for it. Just tell me the reason." Qin Feng smiled bitterly and could only say, "Actually, there's only one reason for the explosion. Although this lunar condensing pill is an extreme pill and does not need to be concocted with yang spiritual herbs, but as the saying goes, solitary does not grow, solitary yang does not grow. This pill can only be successfully refined with yang spiritual fire." The Queen of Silver Moon's phoenix eyes lit up. Combined with her performance when refining the pill, it was like a morning bell that cleansed her mind. Many things that she didn't understand about refining the lunar condensing Pill suddenly became clear. Qin Feng looked at the Queen of Silver Moon, who was almost hanging on his body, and said, "If I'm not wrong, Your Majesty's life flame should be the lunar spiritual fire. This is an extreme, spiritual fire. Using this fire to refine a pill like the lunar condensing pill is like two extremes repel each other. At the last moment, because the energy is too strong, it can't be controlled and the furnace will explode." The Queen of Silver Moon's phoenix eyes grew brighter and brighter. That's right, it's true. As soon as her voice fell, the Queen of Silver Moon realized that she had lost her composure. A trace of redness appeared on her beautiful face, but in the next moment, the redness disappeared. Silently, she pulled away and regained her dignity. Seeing the Queen of Silver Moon pull away, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to suppress his instincts. "By the way, kid, who are you? It seems that at your age, you know so much about alchemy. You must not be an ordinary person, right?" On the side, Ling coughed dryly. A trace of helplessness flashed in her beautiful eyes. The Queen of Silver Moon's beautiful eyes lit up. Her gaze fell on the black-clothed young man, and she nodded and said, "Good boy. So you're an inner disciple of Xingqian School and a marquis genius. You're worthy of my little girl. Not bad, not bad. You're a 15-year-old, fourth-grade alchemist. With your mastery of alchemy, your attainment won't be below mine. As long as you break through the realm of martial arts giants, becoming a sixth-grade alchemist will be a piece of cake for you. It's not impossible for you to become a seventh-grade alchemist grandmaster in the future. That little girl Yu has good taste." The Queen of Silver Moon was full of praise. She looked like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Qin Feng opened his mouth with a puzzled expression. He thought to himself, "When did I pursue your daughter?" Behind him, Qin Qingyun, Qin Qinghong, and the others looked at each other in surprise and admiration. It turns out that the Lord has long planned to secretly hook up with the princess of the Silver Moon clan. It's really smart. No wonder you have the confidence to walk into the Moonless Forest. You're so smart. Admirable. The people of the Qin clan were fanatical. Qin Feng was about to ask if there was a misunderstanding. However, the Queen of Silver Moon said, "However, it's not easy for you to marry the princess of the Silver Moon clan. You'd better prepare for the trial of the Silver Moon clan in a few days. There are 2 more updates." Chapter 499. Qin Feng still chose to remain silent, although he didn't know how he became the son-in-law in the eyes of the Silver Moon clan. But he knew that if he exposed this misunderstanding at this time, the only outcome would be to be driven out of the Moonless Forest. Qin Feng needed to pass through the Moonless Forest. This was contrary to his goal. The only thing he could do now was to pass the son-in-law trial and find a chance to leave the Moonless Forest. Although he was full of worries, Qin Feng still had a trace of depression in the corner of his eyes. "Young Master Qin, let me show you around our Silver Moon clan. Although our Silver Moon clan doesn't have many people, we have lived in the Moonless Forest for generations. Under the Queen, we have another 8 elders. The 8 elders are also the strongest in our Silver Moon clan other than the Queen." Ling did not see Qin Feng's expression. She led Qin Feng to wander around the Silver Moon Lake. Ever since she found out that Qin Feng was Yu Ji's good friend, Ling was exceptionally enthusiastic. She took the initiative to take on the task of leading the Qin clan members to wander around. Ancient trees grew on the Silver Moon Lake. The canopy was as tall as an umbrella. Most of the Silver Moon clan members lived in tree houses. Only a small number of clansmen gradually got used to living on the ground because they often dealt with other clans. The surroundings were open green plains. The shallow grass and trees seemed to have been trimmed by the Silver Moon clan girls. It looked unusually neat and open. Ancient trees stood on the green carpet-like lawn. The trees provided shade and only scattered light fell. Qin Feng turned around. In the center was the Silver Moon Lake. The morning sun shone down, and the mist was hazy. The Silver Moon Lake showed a trace of faint silver under the sunlight. Covered by the thin silver mist, many thumb-sized flower fairies with cicada-like wings flew out of the petals of the tree houses and played in the morning sun. It was peaceful. With Qin Feng's vision, he could naturally see that this was a rare paradise. This was already the second day at the Silver Moon Lake. By the lake, the Qin clan members were woken up by Qin Feng early in the morning and rushed to the Silver Moon Lake for their morning ritual. Seizing this rare opportunity, he inhaled and exhaled the abundant essence of the Silver Moon Lake. As the territory of the Silver Moon clan, other than the Silver Moon clan, others might not have such a great opportunity to cultivate here. Qin Feng's gaze shifted and landed on a stone tablet by the lakeside. It was a strange, translucent, silver-white steel. The steel emitted a silver glow. Qin Feng glanced at it. The stone tablet recorded the history of the Silver Moon clan. Seeing that Qin Feng had noticed the stone tablet, Yinling smiled sweetly and said, "Speaking of which, our Silver Moon clan has a close relationship with Xingqian School. For generations, our Silver Moon clan has sent many powerhouses into Xingqian School. Among them, many of the queens were elders of Weiyu Peak. Some of the queens even served as the heads of the 28 peaks of Xingqian School." When Qin Feng heard this, he was secretly shocked. He thought to himself that it was indeed so. Qin Feng had long understood the relationship between the Silver Moon clan and Xingqian School. When he passed by the White Bone battlefield, Qin Feng had already noticed it. The White Bone battlefield and the Moonless Forest were both in the hinterland of Xingqian School. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. How could they allow others to snore beside them? Obviously, the Silver Moon clan and Xingqian School also had a special relationship. That was why they could live in the hinterland of the Moonless Forest. And it seems that the Silver Moon clan's position in Xingqian School is not ordinary. Qin Feng thought to himself as he looked at the center of the Silver Moon Lake. The Silver Moon Lake was not an ordinary blessed land of spiritual mountains. It was a 9th-level paradise, a 9th-grade blessed mountain. This was the highest grade of blessed mountain. Everything in front of him was only the tip of the iceberg of a 9th-level paradise. In Qin Feng's spirit sense, there was another world in the center of the Silver Moon Lake. However, it seemed to be covered by an extremely powerful formation set up by an array grandmaster. Although Qin Feng saw through it, Qin Feng did not say much. Yinling accompanied the black-clothed youth for a stroll around the lake. At this moment, a soft and gentle voice sounded. "Is this big sister's sweetheart?" She had a head full of snow-white hair and a green dress. She was gentle and soft like a clear green lotus. This was a beautiful girl of 15 or 16 years old. The girl leisurely walked over. She looked as gentle as water, but there was a trace of indifference in her eyes. Qin Feng knew that she did not just come to greet him. Beside her, there was a charming young woman. The young woman's expression was calm. However, when her eyes swept over Qin Feng, a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. "This is?" Qin Feng looked at Yinling. Yinling's expression was subtle as she said, "This is our Silver Moon clan's second princess, Princess Yuqian." "Qin Feng, this princess has heard of your name. The rising star of Xingqian School's All-Stars College, a 15-year-old 4th-level alchemist. You could be considered a little famous. Although you can't compare to those dragons and phoenixes on the martial arts prodigy roll, you're more than enough to match my sister." This Princess Yuqian's tone was very arrogant. She looked at Qin Feng with a high and mighty gaze. Her words made people feel very uncomfortable. Qin Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. It was fine if this woman belittled Yu, but she actually brought the fire to his head. Qin Feng had also heard of the so-called martial arts prodigy roll. This was a list that the Spirit Treasure sect made for the young experts of the 72 sections. This martial arts prodigy roll also recorded the peerless geniuses of the young generation of various sects and countries. Every 10 years, this list was updated. With the influence of the Spirit Treasure sect, this list was quite important. In Xingqian School, there were also a few people on the list. Those people were all peerless geniuses. Their aptitude, cultivation, and comprehension were not inferior to the self-proclaimed ancient prodigy that Qin Feng had seen. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng said, "From what the second princess means, only the geniuses on the martial arts prodigy roll are worthy of the second princess?" The girl in green smiled coldly with an indifferent expression. "Of course, with this princess's current status, how can some lowly commoners be worthy of her?" These words were somewhat insinuating. Obviously, this lowly commoner was referring to him, Qin Feng. She was secretly mocking his lowly background. This princess is not like other people who are willing to be lowly and casually find a cat or a dog. The girl in green slowly walked past Qin Feng with a cold smile in her beautiful eyes. She was imposing. This princess will either not marry or marry the strongest person in the world. Qin Feng could not help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" The girl in green stopped and suddenly turned around, looking coldly at the young man in black. "Second princess, can I ask you a question?" The girl in green frowned. "What do you want to ask?" Qin Feng said, "What do you think a woman who is worthy of those martial arts prodigies should have at least?" After a slight pause, Qin Feng continued, "I think that in order to be worthy of those martial arts prodigies, she should at least have a devastatingly beautiful appearance. Do you agree with this sentence?" The girl in green's eyes turned cold. "What are you trying to say?" Qin Feng said, "I want to say, have you ever looked in the mirror?" After that, Qin Feng ignored the girl in green's liver-colored face and continued, "In my opinion, you don't have Yuji's beauty, Yuji's talent and alchemy, and Yuji's intelligence and hard work. What makes you think you can marry a martial arts prodigy on the martial arts prodigy roll?" One more update. Chapter 500. To be fair, if it were me, I'd definitely choose the more outstanding Yuji and not you. Receiving another blow, Princess Yuqian's face was almost twisted. "How dare you speak to the princess like that?" The beautiful woman's face was covered in a layer of frost. Yinling saw this scene and coughed dryly. "Second princess, young Master Qin Feng, is a marquis genius from Xingqian School and is a good friend of Princess Yuji. If word of this gets out, people will probably say that our Silver Moon clan is bullying guests. If it reaches the queen's ears," Yinling didn't finish her words. Princess Yuqian's expression had turned completely cold. She glanced at Yinling coldly and finally landed on the black-clothed youth. "Let's go." With a cold face, the green-clothed girl turned and left. Qin Feng knew that the Silver Moon clan's second princess probably hated him to death now. However, Qin Feng didn't care. His personality was like that. If people didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If someone found trouble with him, he definitely wouldn't back down. The two watched as Princess Yuqian left with a cold face. Suddenly, Qin Feng said, "Commander Yinling, it seems like the second princess has a big problem with Yuji." Sweeping a glance at Qin Feng's expression, Yinling hesitated slightly. This was originally the Silver Moon clan's family matter. However, thinking of Qin Feng's relationship with Yuji, Yinling felt that there was no harm in telling Qin Feng, since he would know sooner or later. A moment later, after Yinling's explanation, Qin Feng finally understood why this Princess Yuqian was so unfriendly to him. The reason was because of Yuji. Although the two sisters were born from the same mother, their talents were different since young. Yuji was the eldest sister. Her talent was outstanding since young. In addition to her talent in alchemy, she was very outstanding in all aspects and was nurtured as the queen's successor since young. In comparison, the second Princess Yuqian was much more ordinary. Her talent, cultivation talent, and even appearance were much worse than her sisters. Naturally, the clansmen and even the outside world thought more highly of Yuji. Although the second Princess Yuqian talked a lot, she was dissatisfied in her heart. More than that, she was resentful and even dissatisfied with the queen. Many members of the Silver Moon clan knew this. They knew that it was out of sympathy, so they didn't say anything. The queen, Yuji, was also quite tolerant of this, hoping to use this to resolve the resentment in Princess Yuqian's heart. However, in recent years, Yuqian had become even more severe. A large part of the reason Yu left Moonless Forest and entered All-Stars College was because of this. Qin Feng heard the meaning behind Yinling's words. She was mostly crying out for Yu. Qin Feng shook his head. The Queen of Silver Moon must be having a headache over this matter. The two princesses were both born of the first wife, but one was born out of kinship, while the other was born out of the development of the tribe. As the two of them were conversing, a crisp and hurried, ringing sound suddenly came from outside. 7 or 8 times in succession. Many strong cultivators of the Silver Moon clan came out of their tree houses and looked in the direction of the sound. It's a warning bell coming from the periphery of Silver Moon Lake. Yinling listened carefully, and her expression changed. What's going on? Qin Feng looked surprised. Could it be that with the strength of the Silver Moon clan, there are still enemies who dare to invade? The ringing sound soon stopped, and Yinling's expression returned to normal. She smiled and said, "It's not that there are enemies, but this moonless forest is known as the Savage Beast Paradise. Although most of the savage beasts here are intimidated by the Silver Moon clan, there are always some idiots who don't know the severity of the situation and come to our Silver Moon clan's territory to cause trouble." Qin Feng nodded. At this moment, streaks of lightning-like black shadows from the surrounding tree houses flew towards the location of the bell. At this time, a silver-haired woman in her 30s or 40s hurriedly appeared in front of Qin Feng and Yinling. "Commander Yinling, young noble Qin Feng, the Queen invites you to the Silver Moon Temple." "Young noble Qin Feng, it seems like your trial mission has arrived. The Queen must be summoning you to participate in the trial." Yinling smiled. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. Yinling comforted. "Young noble Qin, don't worry. Our Silver Moon clan's trial mission isn't too difficult. With your skills, you should be able to complete it." Seeing Qin Feng's frown, Yinling couldn't help but laugh. "In addition, young noble Qin, if you complete the trial, there will be many benefits for you. According to our Silver Moon clan's rules, if you can complete the mission, you will be able to receive a Silver Moon baptism and a mysterious gift." Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Qin Feng had heard of the Silver Moon baptism before. It was an extremely traditional and mysterious ceremony of the Silver Moon clan. Qin Feng didn't know what the specific ceremony was, but it was rumored that after going through this ceremony, one would receive some mysterious benefits. Anyway, since ancient times, there weren't many people who could receive the Silver Moon baptism. However, every expert who received the Silver Moon baptism would receive a special ability. This ability was close to an innate ability and was very precious. Qin Feng was a little tempted, but Qin Feng felt a little strange. Qin Feng wondered if he was being a little unkind. This Silver Moon baptism was prepared for the Silver Moon clan's son-in-law, and he had falsely claimed it. Qin Feng felt a little guilty. If he were to be exposed one day, it would be bad for his reputation. He was a marquee genius of Xingqian school, but he actually went to the Silver Moon clan to pretend to be their son-in-law. Wasn't this too ridiculous? Yinling didn't know what the black-clothed youth was thinking. She immediately smiled at the old woman. "Aunt Qiuyue, please lead the way." Just as Qin Feng was about to participate in the trial, Princess Qiuyue rushed back to her room. Princess Yuqian angrily ran back to her own pavilion. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, especially when Qin Feng said that he would rather choose her than her. This made Princess Qiuyue so angry that her lungs almost exploded. Crackle! She swept away the cups on the table and crazily smashed everything in front of her. Countless vases and decorations were all smashed. Why? Why can't I compare to that slut? What's so good about that slut? If she didn't rely on her mother's talent, how could she compare to me? The heavens are unfair. Mother is unfair. After a bout of crazy venting, her eyes were red as she gritted her teeth. "Your Highness, there's no need to be angry. It's just a lowly commoner. Why should you be angry over a few words from a lowly commoner?" At this moment, a voice sounded. The beautiful woman who had been watching everything spoke. Her eyes moved as she looked at the young girl with a trace of mystery. It would have been better if the beautiful woman didn't mention it, but the moment she did, the young girl in green became even more furious. She was the princess of the Silver Moon clan, but she had actually been humiliated by a lowly commoner. When she thought of the words "look in the mirror," the young girl in green wanted nothing more than to cut Qin Feng into pieces. Her beautiful eyes calmly swept across the green-clothed girl's expression, and the beautiful woman said with a smile, "Your Highness, there's no need for you to be angry. With your status, if you want to teach this person a lesson, it's actually very simple." The young girl in green suddenly raised her head and stared at the beautiful woman. There seemed to be a ball of fire in her eyes. "Embai, what ideas do you have? As long as you have a way to kill that wretched scoundrel, I won't be stingy with my rewards." Chapter 501. I have a plan. Not only will it allow the princess to teach that madman a lesson, but it might even destroy his reputation. He will be chased out of Xingqian school. The white-clothed woman's eyes flashed with a sinister smile. Princess Yuqian's eyes lit up. "What plan? Princess, come closer." The white-clothed woman's charming face revealed a trace of pride. Princess Yuqian quickly leaned over, and the white-clothed woman's mouth moved slightly. Silver Moon Temple. Qin Feng raised his head. At this moment, when he raised his head, there were 8 clear and bright moon-like silhouettes hanging in the air above the shrine. They were like 8 bright moons. They were all experts above the martial Tao overlord level. "Qin Feng, let me introduce you. These are the 8 guardian elders of my Silver Moon race. They are spring, summer, autumn, winter, wind, thunder, earth, and fire." On the main seat, the Silver Moon Queen's voice carried a trace of mischief. The footsteps carried a trace of helplessness. Qin Feng thought to himself, "Is this the rhythm of a son-in-law meeting his wife's family?" At this moment, Qin Feng's heart tightened. Several tyrannical divine senses scanned his surroundings. Qin Feng felt that these divine senses didn't have any malicious intent. It was just that being stared at like this made Qin Feng feel uncomfortable. Qin Feng felt that he had found a huge trouble for himself this time. In the light projection, there was a ball of emerald moonlight. A gentle voice, like the spring breeze, came from the bright moonlight. "You are the Xingqian School's newly promoted marquee genius, Qin Feng. You are at the 2nd level of the Sea of Reincarnation Realm. Your cultivation is worthy of that last Yueji. In my opinion, you seem to have comprehended the void origin. Looking at you, you seem to have comprehended at least 4 types of void profound." Qin Feng's eyes swept around. Within this jade-colored moonlight, an enormous pressure came from the depths of his soul. It was just a trace of aura, but it made Qin Feng feel like he was being suppressed by a mountain. This was the Silver Moon race's guardian of Spring Elder. Qin Feng nodded. "Senior, your vision is truly sharp." He actually comprehended the void origin. A few gazes came from the sky, carrying traces of unconcealable surprise. The void origin was a high-level existence among the countless origins. Compared to the time-type time origin, the time origin was known as one of the most difficult origins to comprehend. It was also one of the strongest origins. A few gazes swept over and retracted after a moment. Another cold moonlight figure sighed softly. "It's true that there are traces of the void origin. It's incredible. We've learned a lot of Void Upanishads, but we all know that it's easy to learn and hard to master. It's easy to get started, but to understand the void origin is like a flower in the water or a moon in a dream. Even though we, the Almighty of the martial Tao, claim to be able to control the void, we have only scratched the surface of it. You actually managed to comprehend more than 4 types of void profound. This is truly unbelievable. These guardians are really powerful, to be able to see through a part of my background with just a glance." Qin Feng thought to himself, but his expression did not change. With the strength of the Almighty of the martial Tao, it was natural for them to see through him, a martial artist in the Sea Reincarnation realm. For the martial Tao experts, The difference between every major realm was hard to believe. Qin Feng's expression did not change. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and he was not surprised by honor or disgrace. This point was seen by the 8 guardians, and they thought even more highly of him. Even a few of the guardians who were rather unhappy had their expressions softened. There is a hint of gentleness in the communication between the divine senses. This little guy called Qin Feng is not bad. He's proud but not arrogant. He's polite but not charming. With such a temperament, he'll definitely achieve great things in the future. A 15-year-old level 4 alchemist. Such talent in alchemy is even above Yuji's. I heard that he's also a marquee genius in Xingqian school. In the future, when he becomes a true disciple, with our support, it won't be difficult for him to become a peak head. Yuji's taste is not bad. However, if this brat wants to marry the princess of the Silver Moon clan, I'm afraid it's not enough. Yuji is the pearl of the Silver Moon clan. We can't let this brat off so easily. Of course, Yuji has a rare divine moon body in the Silver Moon clan. She's even more beautiful than her master. She's famous in the Spirit Sea continent. Not to mention that he's just an inner disciple of Xingqian school. Many people on the Martial Dao Prodigy list have come to the Silver Moon clan to propose marriage. That's right. Although Qin Feng is famous, he's still slightly inferior to those Martial Dao prodigies. After all, this involves the inheritance of the Silver Moon clan. We have to be careful. Although that's the case, he's still someone that Yuji likes. According to the clan rules, let's let him enter the Cold Moon Valley to train first. As for whether he can marry Yuji in the end, that'll matter for the future. The divine senses were communicating in the void. After a moment, all the guardians quietened down and looked at the queen of the Silver Moon clan. The queen of the Silver Moon clan stood up. She was tall and slender as she stood on the throne. Her graceful figure was shrouded in a silver robe. She was graceful and majestic. As she stood up, a huge pressure appeared in Qin Feng's heart. Crack! Qin Feng's body shook slightly. He took a deep breath. For the first time, he realized that this fake mother-in-law's strength was even more unfathomable than the 8 guardians. In the main hall, many Silver Moon clan experts had already lowered their heads to show their respect. In a few steps, the queen of the Silver Moon clan arrived in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng, since you want to marry the princess of the Silver Moon clan, are you willing to accept the trial of the Silver Moon clan? I'm willing. Qin Feng thought to himself. How could he not be willing? If he said no, he wouldn't be able to walk out of the moonless forest. Qin Feng now had the urge to leave the Qin clan behind and sneak away alone. However, he couldn't do that. Even if his cultivation was unparalleled, he couldn't support a main city alone. If he wanted to control the Cloud Lake City, he had to have wings to support him. After an hour, Qin Feng walked out of the Silver Moon Temple. Head to the Cold Moon Valley. Within 7 days, I have to bring back a 3,000-year-old lunar white lotus from the Cold Moon Valley. With a solemn expression, Qin Feng recalled the information about the Cold Moon Valley that he had received from the queen of the Silver Moon clan. It was a valley located in a dangerous valley in the moonless forest. This was an ancient land. It was extremely cold all year round, and snow sealed the valley. There were many dangerous and powerful savage beasts living in the valley. The Cold Moon Valley was rich in a rare elixir with extreme attributes, lunar white lotus. According to the Silver Moon clan's exploration, there seems to be another secret in the Cold Moon Valley. It seems that there is a lunar ice dragon in the same realm as a martial overlord. Under the candlelight in the wooden house, Qin Feng had a headache. He leaned on the table for an entire afternoon and still couldn't come up with a good idea. Although the lunar ice dragon was only a type of Jiao dragon, it was not as easy to deal with as the heavenly lion tribe's martial overlord. Jiao dragons were not true dragons, but they were one of the strongest in the dragon tribe. Did this group of old bitches purposely use this trial to get me to help them gather herbs? Dong dong dong. Right at this moment, the sound of knocking on the door broke Qin Feng's thoughts that were like the tide. There are 2 more updates. Chapter 502. With a creak, the door opened. It was an unfamiliar silver-haired girl. She was about 15 or 16 years old. When she saw Qin Feng open the door, she immediately bowed slightly and said, "Young Master Qin, the Queen invites you to the Xie Palace." "The Queen invites me?" Qin Feng was surprised. Why was the Queen looking for him so late at night? Although he was suspicious, Qin Feng didn't have any suspicions. He walked out of the treehouse and locked the door behind him. At this moment, the Silver Moon clan was holding a bonfire party. Most of the Qin clan disciples in the surrounding tree houses were there. It was pitch black. The Xie Palace was one of the temporary imperial residences of the Silver Moon Queen. It was grand and magnificent, picturesque and picturesque. The surroundings were decorated with ancient trees that were suffused with vitality, filling the place with an ethereal and classical aura. At this moment, outside the Xie Palace, Princess Yuqian and the white-clothed beauty were inspecting the forest outside the palace. There was a sack at their feet. "Aunt Bai, is there really no problem with your yin-yang intoxication? Don't worry. This yin-yang intoxication is a treasure that I obtained from an ancient ruin. This yin-yang intoxication is colorless and tasteless. When mixed with wine, Qin Feng definitely won't be able to detect any clues. But can the yin-yang intoxication really make him reveal his true colors?" Princess Yuqian's charming face still had a trace of doubt. The beautiful woman's eyes revealed a trace of confidence. "Princess, although we martial artists have extraordinary physiques and can resist against ordinary wine and even some spiritual wine, we definitely can't resist against this yin-yang intoxication. Even if a martial artist were to come here, after drinking this yin-yang intoxication, he would also be in a trance for a short period of time. Moreover, Qin Feng is just a sea reincarnation realm martial artist. As long as he drinks this yin-yang intoxication, he will definitely go berserk for a moment. He will only have females in his eyes. Even if it's a cow or a bitch in front of him, he will eagerly pounce on it." The beautiful woman's eyes flashed traces of a cold smile. Once Qin Feng fell in her trap, and this matter spread out, Qin Feng wouldn't just lose his reputation. Nodding, the green-clothed girl's eyes flashed with carefreeness when she thought of Qin Feng's fate. "However," she then said, "However, Aunt Bai, I don't understand why we must invite him to the Xie Palace. This is Imperial Mother's palace, after all. If the Empress notices, things will be bad. Princess, there's nothing we can do about it. Qin Feng is very cunning and cautious. Without the Queen's order, I'm afraid he won't let his guard down so easily." The beautiful woman waved her hand. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she spoke. "Right, has the Queen really been staying in the alchemy room all this time?" Princess Yuqian nodded. The Imperial Mother rarely comes to the Xie Palace. She spends most of her time in the alchemy room or in the cultivation room. She rarely comes to the Xie Palace. "All right, I'll use my transformation ability later and transform into the appearance of the Queen. I'll invite him to drink some wine. Once he drinks the yin-yang intoxication, we'll throw the person in the sack in the palace. At that time, Qin Feng won't be able to explain himself." The white-clothed woman sneered and opened the sack. At this moment, a beautiful face was revealed from the sack. The white-clothed woman stroked the fair skin of yin-yang drunk and her delicate face. A seductive look flashed across her face. Such a beautiful person. It's really a pity. With the tyrannical power of the yin-yang drunk, I'm afraid you will die. But if you don't die, how will you ruin Qin Feng's reputation? The green-clothed woman swept her gaze across yin-yang drunk's beautiful face, and a trace of jealousy flashed across her eyes. "It's good that this bitch is dead. If you want to blame someone, blame her and my sister for following the wrong person. Look, Qin Feng is here." In front of the palace, Qin Feng walked over from the other side of the Silver Moon Lake and arrived in front of the Xie Palace under the guidance of a snow-haired girl. Exquisite lotus lanterns lit up the entire palace, making it look splendid and magnificent. Suddenly, Qin Feng, who was about to step into the Xie Palace, paused. He tilted his head and looked at the beautiful girl under the lantern light. Qin Feng said, "Did Her Majesty only invite me?" Yes. The snow-haired girl in green, who led the way, smiled and said. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. He glanced at the delicate and cute girl in green and said, Judging from your appearance, you should be the queen's personal maid. Do you know why the queen is looking for me so late at night? In the forest, Princess Yuqian became nervous when she saw Qin Feng suddenly stop. Why did this Qin Feng stop? Is he beginning to suspect something? The beautiful woman in white frowned. It shouldn't be. We didn't reveal any flaws, right? The girl in green chuckled. Young master, don't be nervous. The queen is very kind. Qin Feng nodded and stepped into the Xia palace. Good, he's going in. In the forest, the two people revealed joy and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, a sinister light flickered in their eyes. Next, I'll use my magical power to transform into the queen. This time, I'll ruin his reputation. The young woman in white sneered. She quickly formed a seal with her hands, and a layer of faint white light flickered on her body. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into another woman. This woman looked like the Queen of Silver Moon. Not only did she look the same, but her aura was also exactly the same. Even the girl in green was stunned. She couldn't tell the difference. Witnessing this scene with her own eyes, the girl in green revealed a trace of shock. Aunt White's transformation magical power is really mysterious and incredible. Not only did she completely imitate the Queen Mother's appearance, but her aura is also exactly the same. Even I, as her daughter, can't tell the difference. The beautiful woman in white. No, the Queen of Silver Moon nodded. Her every move was intimidating and majestic. Even her demeanor was exactly the same. The Queen of Flowers was secretly pleased. How can the innate magical power of the Flower God clan be so simple? If it wasn't, we would have been discovered by the powerhouses of Xingqian School after more than 10 years of hiding in the capital of stars. The Queen of Silver Moon nodded at Princess Yuqian and was about to walk out of the forest to the Xia Palace. However, in the next moment, the two women's expressions stiffened. They turned their heads with difficulty. Outside the Xia Palace, a stream of light descended. A fairy-like girl in white clothes with snow-white hair walked out of the stream of light. This white-clothed girl looked exactly the same as the Queen of Silver Moon by Princess Yuqian's side. The white-clothed girl with snow-white hair walked elegantly and calmly. In the darkness, she was like the Queen of the Moon. Under the gazes of the two women, she walked into the Xia Palace in a few steps. In the forest, they watched the girl enter the Xia Palace. The two women's muscles stiffened. The atmosphere was like an ice cellar. The beautiful woman's gaze fell on the girl in green. Her voice was obscure and difficult. Princess, didn't you say the queen always stayed in the alchemy room? How could she? The girl in green panicked. I don't know either. The queen mother usually stays in the alchemy room or the cultivation room. She rarely comes to the Xia Palace. Aunt White, what should we do now? The beautiful woman in white was stunned for a moment. After a moment, she spoke with a bitter voice. What else can we do? The yin-yang intoxication has been prepared. We can only hope the queen didn't notice the jar of spirit wine that we carefully prepared. The beautiful woman in white's heart was beating like a drum. She could only hope that the Queen of Silver Moon didn't drink the jar of spirit wine. If the Queen of Silver Moon really did drink it, then the fun would be great. There's one more. Chapter 503. Your Majesty? The girl in green was stunned. Inyi, what's wrong? The Queen of Silver Moon looked at the maid strangely. Why was the girl in green so surprised to see her? The girl in green quickly lowered her head and said, It's like this. Young Master Qin is here to pay a visit. I was just about to go look for you. Qin Feng is here to pay a visit? The Queen of Silver Moon was slightly surprised, but she didn't think much of it. She thought that Qin Feng was here to get close to her. Then, she walked towards the main hall. Seeing the Queen of Silver Moon enter the main hall, the girl in green was secretly shocked. Many thoughts flashed through her mind. She thought about the second princess's scheme. If the queen found out, not only the second princess, even she wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. Why did the queen come back at this time? Stomping her feet, The girl in green quickly followed into the main hall. Qin Feng, sorry to keep you waiting. Hearing the sound of footsteps and the Queen of Silver Moon's voice, Qin Feng quickly stood up. Qin Feng raised his head and looked at the Queen of Silver Moon, who was dressed in snow-white clothes. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The Queen of Silver Moon in front of him was breathtaking. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Seeing the black-clothed youth in front of her, the Queen of Silver Moon's eyes lit up. "Qin Feng, you came at the right time. This queen is refining a furnace of pure yang pills. I don't know what's wrong with this pure yang pill, but it can't take shape. Help this queen analyze it." Qin Feng nodded. At this moment, the girl in green walked in. Seeing the two talking, Yin Yi sighed in relief. She glanced at the silver wine pot on the table and locked her eyes on the exquisite wine pot. Fortunately, the wine is still here. Her eyes lit up. Walking to the table, she picked up the silver wine pot and turned to leave. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded. "Yin Yi, what are you doing? An important guest is here. Why aren't you pouring wine for the guest? Why are you running out with the wine pot?" The girl in green's eyes flashed with bitterness. She turned around and saw the Queen of Silver Moon's surprised expression. She said with a calm expression, "Your Majesty, this servant saw that the wine was cold, so I went to heat it up." The Queen of Silver Moon chuckled. "Little girl, you're muddle-headed. We cultivators don't need to go through so much trouble to heat up wine. You look like you're in a daze. Put down the wine. There's no need for you to serve here. I'm here." The green-clothed girl was very anxious. The wine jug in her hand was filled with yin-yang intoxication. If it was drunk, the consequences would be unthinkable. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yin Ye's mind. She turned around and walked toward the table. Just as she reached the table, she suddenly tripped and couldn't help but fall forward. The silver wine pot in her hand seemed to have slipped out of her hand and fell to the ground. "Be careful!" At this moment, in the void, an invisible force of the void stretched out. The girl in green and the wine jug were silently frozen in midair. The one who did it was the Queen of Silver Moon. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows inwardly. The Queen of Silver Moon's control over the void had reached an inconceivable level. "What's wrong with you, little girl? Did you drink too much at the party?" The Queen of Silver Moon frowned and waved her sleeve. The wine jug flew onto the table in front of the green-clothed girl's eyes. There was a trace of anger in her eyes. The green-clothed girl was secretly anxious. Looking at the jug of wine, she wanted to say something, but seeing the Queen of Silver Moon's unhappy expression, she knew that she would give herself away if she said anything. "That's enough. Little girl, I don't know what's wrong with you today. You're so dizzy. Quickly go down." The Queen of Silver Moon reprimanded her, but she was secretly puzzled. Yin Ye's behavior today was too strange. As a martial artist of the Meridian's realm, no matter how drunk she was, she wouldn't make such a low-level mistake like tripping. Could it be that she's moved by love and has taken a fancy to that young talent of the Qin family? The Queen of Silver Moon guessed. Qin Feng frowned. He faintly felt that something was wrong. Previously at the entrance of the Xia Palace, he felt that someone was spying on him and harboring ill intentions. This maid in front of him was also acting strangely. A trace of vigilance welled up in Qin Feng's heart. However, the Queen of Silver Moon in front of him had no reason to do anything to him. Could it be that she's discovered that I'm a fake son-in-law? Qin Feng also felt that something was wrong. With the Queen of Silver Moon's strength, it wouldn't be so troublesome to deal with them. Could it be that Princess Yuqian holds a grudge against me because of what happened this morning? Is she preparing to deal with me? Qin Feng guessed the truth in a flash. Yin Yi opened her mouth, but seeing the Queen of Silver Moon's stern expression, she could only lower her head and walk out of the Xia Palace. In the main hall, seeing the green-clothed girl leave, the Queen of Silver Moon smiled at Qin Feng. This girl is usually quite clever, but today she's muddle-headed. With that, the Queen of Silver Moon picked up the silver jug on the table, opened it, and glanced at it with a smile. "Qin Feng, this is a spirit wine unique to our Silver Moon clan. It's called Water Moon Mirror Flower. This wine is brewed by our clan's winemaker using the honey of 100 flowers Tying spiritual liquid, and dozens of precious spirit herbs. It's very rare and precious. It can't be bought outside. Usually, only this palace has a few. This palace is usually reluctant to drink this wine. This little girline, ye is quite generous. She actually took it out to entertain you. While complaining, the Queen of Silver Moon waved her hand, and the jug floated up from the table. The silver wine was like a crescent moon in the wine cup. Qin Feng's nose twitched, and a refreshing wine fragrance wafted over. With just a slight sniff, Qin Feng felt that his soul power had increased. One had to know that he had already condensed the soul true body of a martial arts overlord. To him, there weren't many treasures that could be useful. However, no matter which one it was extremely precious. He praised it. Good wine. The jug flew back, and he poured himself a cup. Hearing this, the Queen of Silver Moon rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. Of course, this water moon mirror flower is something that even this palace can only enjoy a few times a year. That glance was truly filled with a myriad of emotions, causing Qin Feng's heart to beat rapidly. In the Tying fantasy realm, he had intertwined with Yu Ji dozens of times. Qin Feng had experienced Yu Ji's charm. The Queen of Silver Moon's appearance was 70 to 80% similar to what he expected. However, compared to Yu Ji's youthfulness, the Queen of Silver Moon had the grace and charm of a mature woman. She was a top-quality beauty. Qin Feng felt a slight warmth in his mouth. In order to hide his embarrassment, he raised the wine cup and drank it. The fragrant silver wine slid down his throat and into his lungs. Traces of coolness spread out from his body and entered the depths of his soul. It was as if he had merged with the moon. Traces of moonlight entered the depths of his soul and washed away all distracting thoughts. It made his soul clearer and brighter. Closing his eyes and savoring the wine, Qin Feng sighed. Good wine. Qin Feng had drunk a lot of spirit wine, but there weren't many that could compare to this water moon mirror flower. As he savored the wine, Qin Feng was surprised to find that there was a strange feeling in his lower abdomen. A dry heat came from the depths of his lower abdomen. This dry heat came in a very strange way. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to his heart. It was like a ball of fire, a single spark starting a prairie fire. Pucci. Qin Feng's face instantly had a strange redness. Sweat actually seeped out of his back. This wine is so strong. Secretly praising in his heart, Qin Feng raised his head. Opposite him, the Queen of Silver Moon also had a strange expression on her face. Her face was abnormally red. Qin Feng suddenly felt that at this moment, the Queen of Silver Moon had an enormous attraction that he had never felt before. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.